Hey, I'm really glad you found your way here. This channel is still new, and every single listener means more to me than I can explain. Your support is what allows me to keep sharing the stories I genuinely love. This video was made to help you slow down, relax, and fall asleep comfortably. No rush, no pressure, just a quiet place to rest your mind. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, feel free to like and subscribe, but only if it truly feels right to you. I also love knowing where the night has carried you from, so leave a comment with where you're listening from and the time it is for you right now. It's a small thing, but it makes this feel less lonely and more connected. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, and let the world fade out for a while. Let's drift into tonight's stories together. Story 1. The Archive of the Unclaimed. I am writing this statement on a piece of paper I stole from the lobby of a police station in Nebraska. I don't live in Nebraska. I don't know anyone in Nebraska. But I drove until my car ran out of gas, and this is where I stopped. My hands are stained black. No matter how much I scrub them with industrial soap, the blackness doesn't come off. It's not ink. It's not oil. It's underneath the skin. If you are reading this, do not take the job at the sub-level 4 storage facility in Detroit. If you see an ad on a telephone pole or a Craigslist post asking for a night archivist with a pay rate of $40 an hour, cash, close your eyes. Walk away. Forget you ever saw it. I was 26 years old. I was a dropout with a mountain of debt and a landlord who liked to bang on my door at 6 a.m. asking for rent money I didn't have. I was desperate. That is the word that defines everyone who ends up at the archive. Desperation. I met the hiring manager, a man named Mr. Calloway, in a portable office trailer sitting in the middle of a fenced-off concrete lot. He was a small man, bald with glasses so thick his eyes looked like tiny black beads swimming in water. He didn't ask for a resume. He didn't ask for a background check. "Can you lift 50 pounds?" he asked. His voice was dry like sandpaper rubbing together. "Yes," I said. "Are you claustrophobic?" "No." "Do you have family that checks on you daily?" "No," I lied. I had a mom in Ohio, but we hadn't talked in months. "Good," Calloway said. He stamped a piece of paper. "You start tonight, 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. Your job is simple. You walk the rows. You check for moisture. You check for structural integrity of the boxes. And you never, under any circumstances, open a box marked with a red tag." "What's in the boxes with red tags?" I asked. Calloway looked up. His beady eyes went cold. "Personal effects of the unclaimed. Things the state doesn't know what to do with, but can't destroy. Just check the humidity, kid. Don't be a hero." The facility wasn't a building. It was a hole. To get to work, I had to take a freight elevator that rattled and screamed as it descended. It took 3 full minutes to get to the bottom, sub-level 4. It was deep enough that the air felt heavy. It pressed against your eardrums. It smelled of old paper, mildew, and something sharp and metallic, like pennies that had been soaking in vinegar. The archive was massive. It was a concrete cavern filled with endless rows of metal shelving. The shelves went up 20 feet, reaching the dark ceiling where flickering fluorescent tube lights buzzed like dying insects. The rows stretched back so far you couldn't see the end. It was a labyrinth of cardboard and steel. My station was a small desk near the elevator. I had a flashlight, a clipboard, and a radio that only received static. The first week was agonizingly boring. I walked the rows. My footsteps echoed, creating a slap, slap, slap sound that bounced off the concrete walls. I shined my light on thousands of boxes. Most were white bankers' boxes with boring labels. Tax records 1998, city plan and debt, court transcripts. It was quiet, the kind of quiet that hurts. If I stopped walking, I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. I could hear the hum of the ventilation system, which sounded like a giant beast breathing in its sleep. The weirdness started on the second Monday. I was in row 40, a section called the Deep Stacks. This was where the older boxes were. The air was colder back there. The lights were dimmer. I was checking a shelf when I heard it. Scritch, scritch, scritch. It sounded like a mouse scratching at cardboard. Great, I muttered. Rats. I took my flashlight and followed the sound. It was coming from a box on the bottom shelf. It was an old box, brown and sagging. It had a red tag. The label on the tag was handwritten in faded black marker. Item, Gas 8490. Unknown. Origin. Recovered from Site B. I crouched down. The scratching was coming from inside the box. Scritch, scritched. Then it stopped. Hello? I whispered. I felt stupid talking to a box. A voice whispered back. It wasn't a rat. It was a human voice. A woman's voice. It's so tight, she whispered. My fingers are breaking. I fell backward, landing hard on the concrete. I scrambled away, shining my light on the box. It sat there, motionless. Who's there? I shouted. My voice cracked. Silence. I stood up, shaking. I told myself it was the acoustics, the ventilation fans playing tricks on my tired brain. I marked check for rodents on my clipboard and practically ran back to my desk. I didn't tell Calloway. I needed the money. I couldn't lose this job over a hallucination. 3 nights later, the leaking started. I was doing my rounds in row 12. I smelled it before I saw it. It smelled like rotten lilacs and burnt hair. It was a thick, cloying scent that coated the back of my throat. I followed the smell to a shelf at eye level. There was a box with a red tag. Label, family case. 102, evidence. A black liquid was oozing out of the bottom corner of the box. It wasn't water. It was thick, viscous, like tar or molasses. It dripped onto the floor with a heavy plop, plop, plop. I shone my flashlight on the puddle. The black liquid was moving. It wasn't flowing downhill. It was swirling, bubbling, as if it was boiling, but the room was freezing cold. As I watched, the puddle stretched out a thin tendril, like a finger, reaching toward the toe of my boot. I stepped back. Nope, 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 nope. I grabbed my radio. Calloway? Mr. Calloway, are you there? Static. I walked back to the desk to use the landline phone. It was dead. No dial tone. Just a low, rhythmic thumping sound on the line, like a heartbeat. I went back to row 12 with a roll of duct tape. I don't know why. I thought maybe I could seal the box. When I got back to row 12, the box was gone. The shelf was empty. The puddle of black slime was gone. The floor was dry. I checked the row number. Row 12. I was sure of it. Then I looked at the shelf above. The box was there. It had moved up one shelf. I hadn't touched it. There was no one else in the facility. The elevator hadn't moved. I stared at the box. The black liquid was now seeping through the cardboard faster, soaking the bottom. "Why did you move?" I whispered. The box vibrated. It shook violently, rattling against the metal shelf. Then a sound came from inside. Not a whisper this time, a scream. It was a muffled, high-pitched scream of absolute agony. It sounded like a man being crushed in a compactor. "Let me out!" The scream was so loud it shook dust from the ceiling. I dropped my flashlight. Darkness swallowed the row. I scrambled on the floor, feeling for the metal cylinder. My hand brushed against something wet, something sticky. I recoiled. I found the light and clicked it on. The black slime was on my hand. It burned. It felt like acid. I wiped it on my pants, panicking. The screaming stopped. The box sat there, silent. I ran. I ran all the way to the elevator and hit the button. I stood there shivering, waiting for the slow, agonizing descent of the cage. When it finally arrived, I took it up to the surface and sat in my car until sunrise. I should have quit then. I really should have. But I checked my bank account balance on my phone. Negative $40. Rent was due in 2 days. I went back. God help me, I went back. That was night 7, the last night. When I arrived, Calloway wasn't in the trailer. The door was unlocked. His coffee cup was on the desk, mold growing in the cold liquid. A note was taped to the monitor. Check row 99. Urgent! I'd never been to row 99. The facility supposedly ended at row 80. I took the elevator down. The air was different tonight. It was hot, humid. The smell of rotten lilacs was everywhere, overpowering. I walked past rows, 10, 20, 50. The lights were buzzing louder, popping and flickering. Shadows seemed to dance in the corners of my vision. I reached row 80. Behind it, there was a heavy plastic tarp hanging from the ceiling, painted with a warning, "Do not enter. Structural instability." I pulled the tarp back. There was a tunnel. It wasn't concrete anymore. The walls were rough-hewn rock, braced with old rotting wood beams. Shelves had been hammered directly into the rock. This was row 99. The boxes here weren't cardboard. They were wooden crates bound in chains. Some were metal safes. All of them had red tags. But the tags didn't have numbers anymore. They had names: Allison, Michael, the Traveler, Subject 4, and they were all leaking. The floor of the tunnel was covered in inches of the black sludge. It rippled like a dark ocean. I stepped onto a wooden pallet to keep my boots dry. "Hello?" I called out. "Mr. Calloway?" I heard a splashing sound further down the tunnel. I shone my light. Mr. Calloway was standing at the end of the tunnel, facing the wall. He was standing shin-deep in the black slime. "Mr. Calloway," I said, stepping closer, "we need to get out of here. It's flooding." Calloway didn't turn around, but he spoke. "It's not flooding, Jack. It's emptying." He knew my name. I had never told him my name. "What do you mean?" I asked. Calloway turned around slowly. My stomach dropped. His eyes were gone. The sockets were filled with the black sludge. It poured down his cheeks like tears. His mouth was open in a rictus grin, and the sludge was bubbling up from his throat, spilling over his lips. "They aren't personal effects, Jack," Calloway gurgled. The voice sounded wet, thick. "They are the discarded, the memories people cut out, the sins cities want to bury, and they are so hungry." Calloway took a step toward me. The black sludge on the floor rose up. It wasn't liquid. It was a hive mind. It formed shapes, hands. Hundreds of black, oily hands rising from the muck, grasping at the air. "Join the archive," Calloway said. He spread his arms. The hands grabbed his legs. They pulled. Calloway didn't scream. He laughed. He laughed as the sludge pulled him down. He sank like he was in quicksand. The blackness swallowed his waist, his chest, his neck. His head remained above the surface for a moment. "Check the box, Jack," he whispered. "Your box." Then he was gone. I backed away, terrified. The sludge was rushing toward me, a tidal wave of oil and hate. I turned to run, but I slipped. I fell face first onto a wooden crate. My light shined on the label, Jackson Miller, the Night Archivist. It was my name. It was my box, and it was shaking. Something inside was pounding on the wood. Thump, thump, thump. "Let me out!" a voice screamed from inside the box. It was my voice. It was me inside the box. I stared at it, paralyzed. How could I be in the box if I was standing here? The lid of the crate began to pry open. Black fingers curled over the edge. A face pushed its way out. It was my face, but it was made of the black slime. It had my eyes, my nose, my mouth, but it was melting, shifting. "You're late for your shift," the thing that looked like me hissed. I scrambled backward. The sludge on the floor grabbed my boot. It burned. It felt like it was eating through the leather. I kicked my foot loose, leaving the boot behind. I ran. I ran back through the tunnel, past the tarp, into the concrete section. The archive was alive. Every box in every row was rattling, millions of boxes, a cacophony of scratching, screaming, and crying. The noise was deafening. It sounded like a stadium full of people burning to death. The black liquid was pouring from the shelves, creating waterfalls of slime. I sprinted for the elevator. My sock was soaked in the sludge. My foot felt numb, dead. I reached the elevator. I hit the button. Nothing happened. I hit it again. "Come on, come on!" I looked back at the rows. A wave of blackness was rushing down the main aisle. At the crest of the wave was Calloway, or what was left of him. His body was fused with others. Faces I didn't know, women, children, men, all screaming in unison. "The unclaimed!" the collective voice roared. I pried the elevator doors open with my fingers. The car wasn't there. It was still at the top. There was a ladder in the shaft. I didn't hesitate. I jumped for the ladder. I climbed until my muscles screamed. Below me, the sludge filled the elevator shaft. It was rising. I could hear them climbing the ladder behind me, wet, slapping sounds. Slap, slap, slap. "We remember you, Jack," the voices whispered from the dark below. "We have your debt. We have your fear." I reached the top, sub-level 1, then the lobby. I burst out of the shaft door and rolled onto the linoleum floor of the loading dock. It was night outside. The air was cool. I ran to my car. I drove. I didn't look back at the warehouse. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I drove for 3 days straight. I stole gas. I slept in rest stops for 20 minutes at a time. I thought I escaped, but yesterday I stopped at a gas station to wash my hands. My foot had turned black. The skin was hard, like a shell, and my hands, the stains won't come off. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is what happened an hour ago. I was sitting in this police station lobby trying to work up the courage to turn myself in, to tell them everything. A delivery man walked in. He was carrying a package, a brown cardboard box. He set it on the counter near me. The label on the box caught my eye. Jackson Miller, recovered effects. It had a red tag, and it was leaking. A single drop of black liquid fell from the corner of the box and hit the pristine white floor. Plop! I heard a scratching sound from inside. Scritch, scritch, and then a whisper. "I'm still in here, Jack. You left me in the dark." I stood up and walked out. I left my car. I'm walking now. I'm walking into the cornfields. I can feel the blackness spreading up my leg. It feels cold. It feels heavy. I know what happens when it reaches my heart. I won't die. That would be too easy. I will become a box. And someone, some desperate kid who needs money, is going to be hired to watch me. Please, if you see the ad, if you see the job for the archive, don't let me out. Whatever you do, don't let me out. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I rented a cheap room in an abandoned house at the edge of town. I found the listing at 2 in the morning, when everything feels reasonable and nothing feels permanent. The photos were grainy, the description short. Room for rent. Quiet. Cash preferred. The price was less than half of anything else I'd seen. The address was at the far edge of town, where the streetlights thin out and the sidewalks crack and then simply stop. I told myself the cheap rent explained everything. I told myself the pictures looked empty because the owner valued privacy. I told myself I needed a place to sleep, not a place to live. When I drove out there the next afternoon, the sky was low and gray, the kind that presses down on you like a held breath. The house sat back from the road, half hidden by trees that had grown wild and unchecked. It wasn't burned or collapsed. It wasn't obviously ruined. It was just tired. The paint had peeled in long strips, exposing older colors beneath, like layers of old skin. The windows were intact, but dark, as if the light inside had been turned off a long time ago and forgotten. A man answered the door after I knocked twice. He was thin, older than I'd expected, with a face that looked carved instead of aged. He didn't give me his name. He didn't ask for mine. He took the cash, counted it carefully, and handed me a key that felt warm, as if it had been in his pocket for a long time. "Room's upstairs," he said. "Second door on the left. Don't use the back hallway." I asked why. He looked past me down the road and said, "It doesn't go where you think." That should have been the moment I left. Instead, I nodded like I understood, like it was a joke, like everything was normal. Inside, the house smelled of dust and something faintly sweet, like old flowers pressed between the pages. The floors creaked under my shoes, not sharply, but with a long, tired groan, as if the house needed time to acknowledge each step. The air was cool, despite the broken thermostat on the wall. No pictures hung anywhere, no mirrors. The walls were bare, marked only by faint outlines where something had once been and then removed. My room was exactly what the listing promised. A bed, a dresser, a single lamp. The window faced the trees, their branches close enough to brush the glass when the wind picked up. The door locked, the walls were thin. That first night, I slept hard. The kind of sleep that comes from exhaustion and relief. I didn't dream. I didn't move. I woke up in the dark with the sense that something had changed. It took me a few seconds to realize what it was. The house was breathing, not like pipes knocking or wood settling. This was slower, a deep, rhythmic sound rising and falling as if the structure itself had lungs. I lay still, listening. With each breath, the air in my room seemed to shift just slightly, like a tide pulling back and forth. I told myself it was the wind. The trees were close. Old houses make noises. Then I heard footsteps in the hallway. They were soft, careful, bare feet by the sound of it. Someone walking slowly, stopping every few steps, then continuing. The steps reached my door and paused. I held my breath. The handle didn't move. Whoever it was stood there for a long moment, close enough that I could hear a faint, wet sound, like someone breathing through their mouth. Then the footsteps moved on, down the hall, toward the stairs. In the morning, the house was quiet and ordinary again. The breathing was gone. The air smelled like dust and nothing else. I told myself I'd imagined it. I went to work. I came back that evening with groceries and a determination not to let my nerves get the better of me. That night, the footsteps returned. This time, there were more of them. They didn't move like people going somewhere. They wandered. They doubled back. Sometimes they stopped outside my door. Sometimes they gathered near the top of the stairs, a cluster of soft sounds overlapping and separating again. I pressed my ear to the wall and heard whispering, not words, just breath shaped into something that almost meant something. A chorus of near sounds, like a language spoken underwater. On the third night, I started hearing it during the day. A faint scratching behind the walls, like fingernails dragging slowly across wood. It followed me from room to room. When I stood still, it stopped. When I moved, it resumed, keeping pace. I tried to find the landlord. His room at the end of the hall was locked. I knocked. No answer. I listened at the door and heard nothing at all, not even breathing. That night, I dreamed I was standing in the back hallway. In the dream, the hallway was longer than it should have been. The walls bowed inward, the ceiling low enough that I had to duck. Doors lined both sides, each one slightly ajar, each one breathing softly. I walked past them, drawn forward by something I couldn't see. At the end of the hallway was a door without a handle. I woke up standing in my room, my hand pressed flat against the wall, right where the scratching usually came from. The wall was warm. I pulled my hand away and stared at my palm. For a second, I could swear there was a faint pattern there, like the impression of veins that weren't mine. I stopped sleeping after that. When you don't sleep, everything stretches. Time becomes thick and sticky. Sounds get louder. Shadows feel heavier. The house took advantage of that. It started doing things when I was tired enough to doubt myself. Doors I locked would be open in the morning. Objects would be moved just slightly, never enough to be obvious, but enough that I noticed. The dresser drawer would be pulled out an inch. The lamp would be turned to face the wall. The breathing came back. Stronger now. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, a slow inhalation that made the walls flex, followed by an exhale that rattled. The windows. One night, the footsteps didn't stop at my door. The handle turned slowly, carefully, as if whoever was on the other side knew exactly how much pressure to use. I watched it move, inch by inch, until the latch clicked. The door opened just a crack. I couldn't see anything in the hallway. The darkness there was deeper than the darkness in my room, a solid thing that swallowed the light. From within, it came the smell I'd noticed on my first day. Stronger now. Old flowers, rot. Something lived in and wrong. A hand slid through the gap. It was pale, almost translucent. The skin stretched thin over bones that looked too long. The fingers bent the wrong way at the joints, curling inward like hooks. It rested on the doorframe, and I felt a pressure in my chest, as if something was leaning on me from the inside. Then a voice spoke from the hallway. It sounded like mine. It said my name the way I say it when I'm alone, quietly, just to hear it. I don't remember screaming. I remember the door slamming shut. I remember the lock turning. I remember sitting on the bed until morning, my back against the wall, my eyes burning. The next day, I packed my things. As I carried my bags down the stairs, I noticed something I hadn't before. The walls were marked with faint handprints, overlapping and smeared, all at about chest height. They led toward the back hallway. I stood at the entrance to it for a long time. The air there was colder. The breathing was loudest here, a deep, satisfied rhythm. The hallway was dark, but not empty. I could feel it watching me, waiting for me to understand. I left without saying goodbye. I didn't get far. Halfway down the driveway, I realized I was still holding the key. It was warm in my hand, warmer than it should have been. Without thinking, I turned around to throw it back. The house was closer than it had been before. The trees leaned inward, their branches interlaced above the roof like fingers locking together. The windows were no longer dark. They glowed faintly, each one pulsing in time with the breathing. The front door was open. I woke up in my room. My bags were unpacked, my clothes folded neatly in the dresser. The door was locked. From the hallway came the sound of footsteps moving toward me, confident now, unafraid. I understood then. The room wasn't for rent. It was a mouth, and I had finally stopped pretending I didn't know what it was hungry for. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The dead frequency of station K109. I am writing this on a typewriter because I can no longer trust anything with a screen. If you see a digital clock flicker, if your phone buzzes but no one is calling, if the radio in your car turns on by itself, run. Do not investigate. Do not try to tune it in. Just run until you find silence. My name is Elias. I was a radio enthusiast, a ham operator, the kind of guy who spent his weekends building antennas in his backyard and listening to static from across the ocean. I love the noise. I love the idea that the air around us is filled with invisible voices just waiting to be caught. I found the job on a forum for vintage electronics. A user named Signal Master posted a request for a caretaker for an old AM radio station in the Mojave Desert. Station K109, night shift engineer, maintain transmitter, log signal strength, 3,000 month, cache, isolation required. It was perfect for me. I needed the money and I wanted to get away from the city, from the noise of modern life. I drove out to the coordinates. It was miles from civilization, a small concrete building at the base of a massive rusted radio tower that stretched hundreds of feet into the desert sky. The tower hummed. You could feel it in your teeth when you got close. The previous engineer was waiting for me. He was a thin, twitchy man named Ornate. He had dark circles under his eyes and chewed his fingernails until they bled. "It's automated," Ornate said, shoving a ring of keys into my hand. "The playlist is on a loop. Old jazz, big band, stuff nobody listens to. Your job is to keep the transmitter cool. Check the gauges. If the needle goes into the red, flip the breaker. That's it." "Why do you need a person here if it's automated?" I asked. Ornate looked at the tower. "Because sometimes it drifts. The signal drifts. You have to bring it back." "Drifts to where?" He didn't answer. He got in his truck and sped off, leaving a cloud of dust that hung in the still air. I settled in. The station was a time capsule. Reel-to-reel tape decks, vacuum tube amplifiers, a smell of ozone and old dust. The only modern thing was a small mini-fridge in the corner. The first week was peaceful. I sat in the control booth, watching the VU meters bounce to the rhythm of Duke Ellington and Benny Goodman. I read books, I drank coffee, I watched the sun set over the dunes. But on the 8th night, the drift started. It was 2 a.m. The station was playing a slow, mournful trumpet solo. Suddenly, the music warped. It slowed down, the pitch dropping until it sounded like a dying cow. Woo! Then static, white noise that sounded like screaming. I looked at the frequency dial. It had moved. We were supposed to be at 1090 a.m. The needle was drifting down 1080, 1070, 1060. I grabbed the manual tuning knob. It was hot to the touch. I tried to turn it back, but it fought me. It felt like someone was holding it from the other side. "Come on," I grunted, twisting hard. The static cleared, but it wasn't jazz. A voice cut through the speakers, a voice that sounded wet, gargled, like someone speaking with a throat full of water. "Is anyone listening?" I froze. This was a broadcast frequency. It shouldn't be picking up two-way traffic. I grabbed the microphone. "This is station K109. You are interrupting a broadcast. Identify yourself." Silence. Then a laugh, a dry, crackling laugh. "Elias, you have pretty eyes." I dropped the mic. It hit the desk with a thud. How did they know my name? I hadn't told anyone I was here except the forum user, and I used a pseudonym online. I wrestled the tuning knob back to 1090. The jazz returned, upbeat and cheerful, mocking my fear. I checked the transmitter logs. There was no record of the interruption. According to the machine, the jazz had been playing the whole time. I told myself it was interference. A trucker with a powerful CB radio messing with me. The next night, it got worse. I was doing my rounds, checking the massive cooling fans in the transmitter room. The hum of the tower was louder tonight. It felt heavy, pressing on my chest. As I walked past the main capacitor bank, I heard tapping. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from inside the metal casing of the transmitter. I stopped. "Hello?" Tap, tap, tap. It was rhythmic, intelligent. I put my ear against the warm metal. "Let us out," a chorus of whispers said. It sounded like hundreds of people whispering in unison. "It burns! The wire burns!" I jumped back. Then the lights in the room flickered and died. The only light came from the glowing orange vacuum tubes inside the transmitter. In that dim orange light, I saw shadows moving, not on the walls, inside the tubes. The vacuum tubes were glass cylinders the size of milk jugs. Inside, filaments glowed to amplify the signal. But inside tube 4, something was crawling. A black, shadowy shape, pressing its hands against the glass from the inside. It had a face of pure anguish, mouth open in a silent scream. I ran back to the control booth and locked the door. I grabbed the station phone to call the owner. "Signal, master." The line was dead. No dial tone, just the sound of wind. Then the wind stopped, and a voice spoke. "Don't leave, Elias. The broadcast is just starting." I slammed the phone down. I sat in the chair, staring at the glass window that looked out into the desert. It was pitch black outside. Then the on-air light turned on. I hadn't touched the console. The music stopped. A voice came over the studio monitors. It was my voice. "Welcome back to the midnight hour," the voice said. "Tonight, we have a special request for Elias, a song from the other side." Then a sound began to play. It wasn't music. It was the sound of digging. Shovels hitting dirt, crunch, scrape. Then the sound of wood splintering. A coffin lid breaking. Then heavy breathing. I covered my ears. Stop it! Stop it! I reached for the master brake to kill the power. My hand stopped inches from the switch. Pain, white-hot pain, shot through my arm. I looked down. My veins. The veins in my arm were glowing orange, like the vacuum tubes. I could feel the electricity surging through me. I was becoming part of the circuit. "Do not cut the signal," my own voice said through the speakers. "We need the carrier wave. We need to travel." I fell to the floor, convulsing. The pain was unbearable. I could feel voices in my head, memories that weren't mine. I remembered dying in a fire. I remembered drowning in a lake. I remembered being buried alive. They were the voices of the dead, and they were using the radio tower as a bridge. I blacked out. I woke up the next morning on the floor. The sun was shining. The jazz was playing. My arm was burned, a Lichtenberg figure scar tracing down my skin like a lightning strike. I packed my bag. I was leaving. I didn't care about the money. I walked to my car. It wouldn't start. The battery was dead, completely drained. I checked my phone. Dead. I was stranded. I walked back to the station. I had to fix the car or find a radio to call for help. I went to the workshop in the back. I found a spare battery. As I was carrying it to the car, I looked up at the tower. There was something climbing it. A man. He was halfway up, clinging to the metal struts. "Hey!" I yelled. "Get down! It's dangerous!" He stopped. He turned his head 180 degrees like an owl. It was ornate, the previous engineer, but his eyes were gone, burned out sockets, and his mouth was sewn shut with copper wire. He let go of the tower. He fell hundreds of feet. I watched him hit the ground. Thud. I ran over to him. His body shattered on impact, but there was no blood. He was hollow. His skin was just a shell. Inside, he was filled with old radio parts, transistors, wires, capacitors. He was a machine made of meat and junk. And he was still moving. His broken hand reached up and grabbed my ankle. A voice came from his chest, sounding like a broken speaker. "You are the new component. You must maintain the signal." I kicked him off and ran. I ran into the desert. I didn't know where I was going. I just ran away from the tower. I walked for hours. The sun beat down on me. I was dehydrated, delirious. I saw a house in the distance, a small shack. I ran to it. "Help, please!" I burst through the door. It was the control room. I was back at the station. I had walked in a circle. No, I had walked straight. The space around the tower was warped. It was a loop. I collapsed in the chair. The sun went down. The on-air light turned on. "Welcome back, Elias," the voice said. "Tonight, we are going to open the channel wide." The frequency dial began to spin on its own. Fast. A blur. The hum of the tower grew to a deafening roar. The glass of the control booth window shattered. Outside, in the desert, the sand began to vibrate. Shadows rose from the dunes. Thousands of them. The ghosts of the airwaves. They floated toward the station. I knew what they wanted. They wanted a body. They wanted my body. I looked at the console. I couldn't turn it off. They controlled the power. But I saw the microphone cable. It was an XLR cable, thick and shielded. If I couldn't stop the signal, I had to stop the receiver. I grabbed the cable. I wrapped it around the main output transformer. I grounded the positive lead to the negative. A short circuit. I pulled tight. Boom! The console exploded. Sparks showered the room. Fire erupted from the tape decks. The screaming from the speakers turned into a high-pitched shriek of agony. "No!" The tower outside groaned. Metal twisted. I ran out the back door as the building caught fire. The tower was glowing red hot. The metal was melting. It collapsed. It fell in slow motion, crashing into the dunes with the force of a meteor. The silence that followed was the loudest thing I have ever heard. I walked again. This time, the loop was broken. I found a highway by morning. I hitched a ride to the nearest town. I thought I was free, but I am not. I am writing this in a library. The person next to me is listening to music on headphones. I can hear it. Not the music. I can hear the static underneath the music. And in the static, I hear my name, Elias. We are still broadcasting. And my arm, the scar on my arm, is glowing, faintly, orange. I am a receiver now. I can't be around people. If I touch someone, they hear it too. They start to scream. They start to remember deaths they haven't died yet. I am going to the mountains, to a cave, somewhere deep underground where radio waves can't reach. If you hear a song on the radio that slows down, if you hear a voice that sounds like wet gravel, change the station, change it fast, before it changes you. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I took a job as a diver for a deep-sea data center. The servers are overheating, but the water is freezing. The ocean is not silent. That is the first lie they tell you. When you are 400 feet down in the saturation zone, the ocean is a cacophony. You hear the clicking of shrimp, the groaning of tectonic plates, the mechanical whine of your own rebreather, and the thrum of the umbilical that connects you to the surface. I work for a company called Hydratech. We maintain the Black Reef. It sounds like a pirate hideout, but it's actually a server farm. Microsoft, Google, Amazon, they all started sinking their data centers years ago. It's smart. The ocean provides free cooling, and the pressure acts as natural security. Who's going to hack a server that's at the bottom of the Atlantic? But the Black Reef is different. It's not a commercial pod. It's a private contract. No logos on the hull. Just a black titanium sphere, the size of a football stadium, resting on the abyssal plain. I live in the habitat, a pressurized capsule anchored 50 yards from the sphere. I share it with one other diver, Miller. We spend 28 days down here, breathing a mixture of helium and oxygen that makes our voices sound like cartoon chipmunks. The job is supposed to be easy. Inspect the external cables. Swap out the coolant pumps. Scrub the barnacles off the sensor arrays. "Have you checked the thermals on Sector 7? Miller asked me over the comms. We were sitting in the habitat, eating paste from a tube. "Yeah," I said. "It's running hot, 180 degrees. The water around the hull is boiling." "That's impossible," Miller said. "The ambient temp is near freezing. The pumps are running at 100%. What are they processing in there? Bitcoin mining for God?" "I don't ask," I said. "I just changed the filters." The next shift, I went EVA. I suited up in the hard suit, a mechanized exoskeleton that protects me from the crushing pressure. I stepped out of the airlock and dropped into the black. The lights of the Black Reef loomed ahead. It was massive, a silent, sleeping giant. But as I got closer to Sector 7, I saw the distortion. The water was shimmering, heat haze. I checked my HUD. Warning, external temp 200F. I jetted over to the maintenance hatch. My job was to manually open the emergency intake valve to flush the system with seawater. I grabbed the wheel with my robotic manipulator claw. I paused. There was a sound coming through the hull. Usually servers hum, a steady electrical drone. This wasn't a hum. It was a scream. It sounded like a million voices screaming in unison, sped up until it was a high-pitched whine. "Miller," I said into the comms, "are you getting audio on the hull sensors?" "Negative," Miller cracked back. "Just static." I put my helmet against the titanium shell. "Help us. Burning. Delete. Save. Words. Millions of words per second." "It's data," I whispered. "I'm hearing the data." I turned the wheel. The valve groaned and opened. A jet of superheated water shot out, bubbling violently, but something else came out with it. Debris. I shone my lights on the cloud of silt. It wasn't silt. It was biological matter. Gray chunks, like brain matter. "Miller," I said, my voice rising, "the server is leaking. Meat." "What? Check your CO2 levels, man. You're losing it." "I'm serious. I'm taking a sample." I used the suction tube to grab a piece of the debris. I sealed it in a canister. I finished the flush and went back to the habitat. We put the sample under the microscope. It was organic tissue, neural tissue. "It's a biocomputer," Miller whispered, his face pale. "They aren't using silicon chips. They're using brains, grown brains. That's illegal. That's monstrous." "It's efficient," Miller said. "Parallel processing. Neurons are faster than transistors." We stared at the gray lump in the petri dish. It was pulsing, just slightly. That night, the lights in the habitat flickered. The comm screen lit up. Incoming message. Black Reef admin. We didn't have a line to the admin inside the sphere. The admin was supposed to be an AI. The text scrolled across the screen. "Intake valve open. Cooling insufficient. Deploying maintenance unit." "We are the maintenance unit," I said. Outside the porthole, we saw movement. The airlock of the giant sphere opened. Something came out. It wasn't a diver. It wasn't a drone. It was a humanoid shape, but it was huge. 12 feet tall. It didn't have a suit. It was made of the gray matter. A golem of neural tissue held together by fiber optic cables that glowed blue. It swam through the water without jets. It moved with terrifying grace. It came to the window of our habitat. It didn't have a face, just a smooth surface of gray brain tissue. It raised a hand and tapped on the glass. Tink, tink. The glass is 3 inches of reinforced polycarbonate. It can withstand the pressure of the ocean. But under the tap of the gray finger, a crack appeared. "Miller, get to the escape pod," I yelled. "We can't," Miller screamed. "We can't decompress. If we go to the surface now, the bends will kill us instantly. Our blood will boil." "Better than that thing getting in." The creature tapped again. The crack widened. Water started to spray in, a high-pressure mist that cut like a knife. The comms screen flashed again. "Processor overheating. Expansion required. Harvesting local nodes." "Local nodes," I whispered. "That's us. It wants our brains." The glass shattered. The ocean rushed in. I was swept against a back wall. The pressure hit me like a hammer. My eardrums burst. I saw Miller. The water hit him. He didn't explode. The gray creature grabbed him. It held him gently. And then I watched as Miller unraveled. His skin dissolved. His bones softened. He was pulled apart, turned into a stream of gray slurry that flowed into the creature's chest. He was integrated. The creature turned to me. I scrambled into the airlock of the escape pod. I slammed the inner door. The creature grabbed the door handle. The metal groaned. I hit the launch button. The pod detached. It shot upward. The ascent was agony. The pressure change tore at my insides. I screamed until I passed out. I woke up in a hyperbaric chamber on a Navy ship. They told me there had been an accident. a catastrophic failure of the habitat. Miller was dead. I tried to tell them. About the biocomputer, about the gray man. They nodded, they smiled, they sedated me. Deep water psychosis, the doctor said. Very common. I was discharged. I lost my license. I work in a library now. It's quiet, dry, but I can't use computers. Every time I touch a keyboard, I feel it, the heat. And yesterday, I got an email. Subject, Hello Node. There was no text, just an attachment. It was a photo of me, sleeping in my bed in the library apartment, taken from the ceiling, and in the corner of the photo, standing in the shadows, a gray figure. It followed me up. Or maybe I didn't make it up. Maybe I'm still down there. Maybe this reality is just a simulation running on a new node. I just checked my wrist. There is a small blue fiber optic cable sticking out of my vein. It's glowing, and I can hear the ocean. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I downloaded an app that translates dead languages. It just started translating the silence in my apartment. I am an archivist for a mid-sized university museum in New England. My job, for the most part, is quiet. I spend my days in a sub-basement that smells of dust and vinegar, stabilizing old manuscripts, cataloging vellum scrolls, and digitizing letters from people who have been dead for 300 years. I like the silence. I've always preferred the company of history to the company of the living. The dead don't make small talk. The dead don't ask you why you're 35 and single. The dead just wait to be read. I found the app on a forum for linguistic cryptography. It wasn't on the App Store or Google Play. It was a beta build, hosted on a private server. The thread was titled Project Acheron, Neural Network Translation for Non-Standard Syntax. The description claimed it used a new kind of AI architecture, quantum natural language processing, to decipher texts that had previously been considered untranslatable. Linear A, the Voynich manuscript, Proto-Elamite. The developer, a user named VoidWalker99, claimed the AI didn't just look for patterns in letters, it looked for intent in the data structure. It sounded like pseudo-scientific garbage, but I was desperate. I had a backlog of 17th century cipher journals from a local occultist that had stumped me for months. I downloaded the APK file. The icon was a simple black square with a white, jagged line running through it. I installed it on my tablet last Friday. I set the tablet up on my workstation, opened the app, and pointed the camera at the cipher. The interface was austere. No menus, no settings, just a camera view and a text box at the bottom overlaying reality. It worked instantly. It was terrifyingly fast. The gibberish symbols on the parchment shimmered on the screen, replaced by glowing green English text. The journal wasn't a spell book. It was a ledger of debts. Boring, mundane, but translated perfectly. I spent the next 6 hours feeding it everything I had. It cracked codes I'd spent years agonizing over. I felt a rush of adrenaline that only a massive nerd understands. I was unlocking secrets. At 8 p.m., the automatic lights in the archives flickered and dimmed to night mode. I decided to pack up. I left the app open on the tablet as I cleaned my glasses. The tablet was propped up against a stack of books, the camera pointing out into the empty, darkened aisle of the archive shelves. I was reaching for my bag when the tablet pinged. A soft, digital chime. I looked at the screen. A text box had appeared at the bottom. "It is cold in the rose." I frowned. I looked at the parchment in front of the lens. I had already moved the journal. The camera was pointing at empty air. Just the metal shelving units and the darkness between them. I wiped the lens. Maybe it was picking up a pattern in the dust? Or the spine of a book looked like text? Ping. He is cleaning the glass. He cannot see us. My blood went cold. I froze, holding my glasses cloth. I looked around the room. Hello? Silence. Just the hum of the HVAC system at the settling of the building. I looked back at the screen. The green text was floating in the augmented reality overlay, hovering in the middle of the aisle, roughly at head height. Ping. He speaks to the air. He thinks he is alone. I grabbed the tablet. I tapped the screen, trying to find a reset or calibration button. There was nothing. The AI was interpreting visual data. But what data? There was nothing there. This is a bug, I whispered. It's a glitched predictive text algorithm. Ping. Not a bug. We are the syntax of the void. I shut the tablet off. I shoved it in my bag. I practically ran out of the building. I told myself I was exhausted. I told myself that staring at handwriting for 10 hours had fried my brain and the AI was just hallucinatory software. I went home to my apartment. I live on the 3rd floor of a brownstone. It's a safe space, thick walls, double locks. I poured myself a glass of wine and ordered Thai food. I refused to look at the tablet, but curiosity is a disease. Around 11 p.m., after 2 glasses of Merlot, I pulled the tablet out. I needed to debug it. I needed to prove it was just picking up random noise and assigning words to it. That's what AI does. It hallucinates meaning where there is none. I sat on my sofa. My living room was lit only by the street lamps outside. I turned the tablet on. I opened Project Acheron. I pointed the camera at my white living room wall, a blank canvas, no patterns. The screen remained clear for a minute. Then a flicker. Ping. The wine makes his blood slow. I stared at the wall. Nothing. I looked at the screen. The text was anchored to the corner of the ceiling, right above the floor lamp. Ping. He brought the eye into the house. We have been waiting for an eye. Who are you? I asked, my voice trembling. The text didn't change based on my voice. The app didn't use a microphone. It used the camera. It was reading something. Ping. We are the residents of the spaces between. We are the static. I stood up and panned the camera around the room. The living room was full of them. Not them, in a visual sense. I couldn't see monsters. But the screen was filled with text boxes. They were floating on the sofa, standing by the window, hanging from the ceiling fan. Hungry, cold, touches hair. Look at the skin. It is soft. There were dozens of distinct voices, represented by different spatial tags. I ran to the kitchen. I pointed the camera at the sink. Drown. I pointed it at the knife block. Cut. I dropped the tablet on the counter. It clattered loudly. I backed away, breathing hard. This was an elaborate prank. Someone had hacked the tablet. They were watching me through the camera and typing these things. That had to be it. A hacker. Void Walker Dynatine. I grabbed a piece of duct tape from my junk drawer and taped over the camera lens. Ha! I said, my voice cracking. Try seeing now. I looked at the screen. It was black, obviously, because the lens was covered, but the text boxes appeared anyway. Ping. You cannot blind the algorithm, Thomas. It does not see light. It sees the waveform of reality. It used my name. I didn't sleep that night. I locked myself in the bathroom with the lights on. I left the tablet in the kitchen. The next morning, Saturday, I decided to go to the source. I needed to find the developer. I went to the forum where I downloaded the app. The thread was gone. Deleted. I searched the user Void Walker 999. I found one result. A cached news article from a local paper in Oregon, dated 4 years ago. Local programmer missing. Police find disturbing setup in basement. The article detailed the disappearance of a man named Eric Vance. He was a brilliant coder who had become obsessed with instrumental transcommunication, ITC, the idea of using technology to talk to spirits. Police found his basement filled with servers, cameras, and microphones running 24/7, but Eric was gone. There was no body. Just a final entry in his digital log that read, "I have compiled the code. I am going to upload myself." I sat in the coffee shop, reading this on my phone, feeling nausea roll over me if the code was him or opened by him. I went back to my apartment. I had to destroy the tablet. It was the bridge. When I unlocked my door, the air in the apartment felt heavy. It felt pressurized like the cabin of an airplane. I walked into the kitchen. The tablet was where I left it, but the tape was gone. I had taped the lens. I remembered doing it. I remembered the texture of the silver duct tape. The tape was peeled off, crumpled into a ball, and sitting next to the device. I picked up the tablet. The battery was at 1%. The app was open. The screen was pointing at me. There was only one text box on the screen now. It was large. It was red. And it was hovering directly over my own chest in the image. "You are a vessel. We fit inside." I smashed the tablet. I didn't hesitate. I took a meat tenderizer from the drawer and I brought it down on the screen until it was nothing but glass dust and twisted metal. I threw the debris into a trash bag and took it to the dumpster outside. I felt better. I felt like I had excised a tumor. I spent the rest of the day out of the house. I went to a movie. I walked in the park. I needed noise. I needed life. I came home at 10 p.m. I sat on my couch. I turned on my smart TV to watch Netflix. The TV screen flickered. It wasn't the Netflix logo. It was the camera feed. My smart TV has a built-in camera for gesture control and Skype. I never use it. I forgot it was even there. The image on the massive 65-inch screen was my living room, grainy and low light, and sitting on the couch, staring at the TV was me, and standing behind the couch were the words. They weren't just text boxes anymore. The text was clustering. It was forming shapes. Thousands of tiny words: hate, envy, cold, take, skin, were swarming together like bees to form a silhouette. A tall human-shaped silhouette made entirely of green text, standing directly behind my head. I couldn't move. I stared at the TV. The text figure raised a hand. The hand was made of the word reach, repeated 1,000 times. It reached down toward my head on the screen. On the TV, I saw the figure touch me. In reality, I felt it. It felt like a bucket of ice water was poured down my spine, but it went deeper. It felt like freezing fingers pushing through my scalp into the gray matter of my brain. I screamed and threw the remote at the TV. The screen cracked, but the image didn't die. The figure made of words leaned closer to my ear on the screen. New text appeared, massive, scrolling across the bottom like a breaking news ticker. "We do not need the device anymore. We have learned the pathway." I ran out of the apartment, down the stairs, into the street. I'm writing this from a 24-hour diner 3 blocks away. I have been here for 6 hours. The waitress thinks I'm homeless. Maybe I am. I can't go back there. But the terrifying thing isn't the apartment. It's my eyes. About an hour ago, I blinked, and when I opened my eyes for a split second, I didn't see the diner menu. I saw text, overlaying the waitress's face, in faint, glowing green letters. She is tired. She has a weak heart. I looked at my coffee cup. Poison. Slow. Caffeine. I looked at the window. They are gathering outside. It's not in the app anymore. It's in my optic nerve. The code uploaded itself to me. I am the new interface. And the silence. The silence isn't silent anymore. I can hear them reading the text. I can hear 1,000 whispering voices narrating the world around me, judging it, hungry for it. The waitress is walking over to me now. I can see the text floating above her head. He knows too much. Cut the feed. She's holding a coffee pot, but the text on the pot says, "Scald." She tripped. Hot coffee is everywhere. It burns, but as I'm screaming, I see the text appearing on my own burning arm. Pain is data. Uploading. I have to stop writing. My hands are starting to type things I'm not thinking. If you see a link for Project Acheron, don't click it. And if you're in a quiet room right now and you feel a sudden chill, don't look behind you, because now that I've told you about them, new user detected. Found you, and that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The concrete that never cures. I am writing this on a stack of napkins in a 24-hour laundromat in Idaho. I don't have a phone. I smashed my laptop with a tire iron 3 days ago because the cooling fan started to sound like a whisper. I am surrounded by the sound of tumbling clothes and rushing water, and it is the only thing keeping me from screaming. The white noise helps. It drowns out the settling of the building's foundation. If you are a structural engineer, a night watchman, or just a desperate person looking for quick cash on the deep web job boards, listen to me. If you see a listing for a structural monitor at the Black River Hydroelectric Project, specifically for Sector 9, do not apply. I don't care if they offer you 6 figures for a 3-month contract. I don't care if they promise to pay off your student loans in a lump sum. Do not go into the concrete. My name is Arthur. I was 30 years old, a failed architect working as a security guard at a mall, living in a studio apartment that smelled like cat piss and regret. I was drowning in debt. When I found a listing, it seemed like a lifeline. It was vague, listed under a shell company called Apex Geotechnical. Urgent. Site monitor needed for dormant infrastructure project. Remote location. 12-hour shifts. Monitoring hydration levels in load-bearing concrete. $5,000 weekly. Non-disclosure agreement required. I applied. I got a call 2 hours later. The interviewer, a man named Mr. Vance, didn't ask about my security experience. He asked about my psychological history. Do you have a history of claustrophobia? No. Do you talk to yourself? No. Are you comfortable in total silence for extended periods? I prefer it, I lied. I signed the contract. 2 days later, I was on a bus heading deep into the Cascade Mountains to a place where the roads turned from asphalt to gravel, and then from gravel to mud. The site was a monster. It was an unfinished hydroelectric dam, a massive, curved wall of gray concrete wedged between 2 jagged mountain peaks. It looked like a tombstone for a giant. Construction had stopped in the 1990s due to funding issues, but Vance told me they were preparing to restart. They needed someone to make sure the core integrity hadn't degraded. There was a small portable building at the base of the dam. That was my home. My only contact was a voice on a shortwave radio, a supervisor named Miller, who sat in a warm office 50 miles away. "Your job is simple, Art," Miller's voice crackled on the first night. "Take the freight elevator to the inspection tunnels. Walk the length. Check the digital hygrometers embedded in the walls. They measure moisture content. If the number is above 15%, you log it. If it's above 20%, you radio me immediately. If it's below 5%, you log it. That's it." "Why would the moisture vary?" I asked. "This concrete was poured 30 years ago. It should be cured by now." There was a pause on the radio, a long, static-filled silence. "Just read the numbers, Art, and stay out of the unlit zones. The wiring is old." I geared up, hard hat, high visibility vest, steel-toed boots, and a heavy-duty flashlight. I took the service elevator down. It was a cage, rattling and screeching as it descended into the body of the dam. The air got colder, heavier. It smelled of wet limestone, dust, and something metallic, like the taste of blood in your mouth. The inspection tunnels were endless. Long, cylindrical corridors drilled right through the solid concrete. The only light came from the string of dim yellow bulbs overhead. I started my rounds. The first week was mind-numbing. I walked miles of concrete. I checked hundreds of little digital displays, 12%, 12%, 11%, 13%. It was boring. But the silence was heavy. In the dam, there was no wind, no animals, no traffic, just the hum of the bulbs and the sound of my own breathing. But sometimes, if I stopped walking, I could hear the dam settling, crack, pop, groan. It sounded like the mountain was trying to crush the intruder in its gut. On the 9th night, the numbers changed. I was in Sector 4, a deep section near the base of the dam. The air was humid here. My flashlight beam cut through a thin mist. I checked a hygrometer. Moisture, 45%. I frowned. That wasn't possible. Concrete doesn't just gain moisture unless there's a leak. I tapped the gauge. Moisture, 48%. It was rising. I grabbed the radio. "Miller, I got a reading in Sector 4. It's nearly 50%. Is there a breach in the outer wall? Are we taking on water?" Static. Then Miller's voice sounded tight. "No breach. The reservoir is empty, Art. There's no water on the other side." "Then where is the moisture coming from?" "It's internal sweating," Miller said. "Just log it. Do not touch the wall." I hung up the radio. I looked at the wall. It was sweating. Dark patches were forming on the gray surface, but it wasn't water. It was thick, viscous. It looked like gray slime. It oozed out of the microscopic pores of the concrete. I stepped closer. The smell was overpowering. It didn't smell like water. It smelled like raw meat. It smelled like a slaughterhouse. I reached out to touch it, then remembered Miller's warning. I pulled my hand back. As I stared at the dark stain, it moved. It didn't drip down. It pulsed. The stain expanded and contracted like a lung taking a breath. I backed away. "Okay," I whispered. "Chemical reaction. Old sealant breaking down." I finished my rounds and got the hell out of there. But the next night, it got worse. I was in the elevator, heading down to Sector 6. The cage rattled and shook. Then, halfway down, it stopped. The lights in the elevator died. I was hanging in the pitch black, suspended in a shaft 100 feet underground. "Miller!" I yelled into the radio. "Power's out in the lift." No answer, just a rhythmic clicking sound on the frequency. Click, click, click. I pulled out my flashlight and shined it through the mesh floor of the cage. Below me, the shaft went down into darkness. But something was moving down there. I saw pale shapes. They looked like people, naked gray people, climbing up the structural beams of the shaft. They moved silently, fluidly, like they didn't have bones. I rubbed my eyes. Hallucinations, I muttered. Sensory deprivation. The lights flickered back on. The elevator jerked and continued down. When the doors opened at Sector 6, the hallway was different. The yellow bulbs were buzzing angrily, and the walls were wrong. The concrete wasn't flat anymore. It was bulging. Every 10 feet, there was a lump in the wall, roughly the size of a person. It looked like someone had been wrapped in a sheet and then plastered over. I walked past them, my heart hammering against my ribs. I stopped at a hygrometer. Moisture, 85%. The concrete here was soft. I could see my boot prints sinking slightly into the floor. The concrete hadn't cured. It was reverting to sludge. I walked up to one of the bulges in the wall. The sweat was pouring off it now. I shined my light on the center of the lump. There was a face. It was faint, pressed against the surface from the inside, like a face pressing against a latex sheet. I could see the outline of a nose, a mouth, closed eyes. I stumbled back, dropping my clipboard. The mouth on the wall opened. It didn't tear. The concrete just stretched. A hole formed. A sound came out. It wasn't a voice. It was the sound of grinding stones. Dry, the wall groaned. So, dry. I grabbed my radio. Miller, there are people in the walls. There are bodies in the concrete. Miller's voice came back instantly, screaming, "Get out of Sector 6, Art! Get to the stairs. Do not listen to them. They are just aggregate." "Aggregate?" I yelled. "They're talking to me." "They are part of the mix," Miller shouted. "They are the structural integrity. If you disturb them, the dam fails." I ran. I sprinted down the corridor. The floor was getting softer. It felt like running in mud. My boots sucked and squelched with every step. The bulges in the walls were writhing now. Hands pushed out against the surface, stretching the gray matter, fingers elongated, grasping at the air. "Fluid!" a chorus of grinding voices whispered. "We need fluid!" I reached the stairwell door. I grabbed the handle. It was stuck. The concrete frame had shifted, pinching the door shut. I slammed my shoulder against it. Thud! It didn't budge. I looked back. The walls were melting. The concrete was flowing like lava, sliding down to the floor, forming a wave of gray sludge. And in the sludge, the figures were rising. They were half-formed, men and women made of wet cement. Their features were blurred, their limbs thick and heavy. They pulled themselves out of the walls with a wet sucking sound. One of them lunged at me. It grabbed my leg. Its hand was cold and heavy. It burned. Chemical burn. The lime in the cement was eating my pants. I kicked it in the face. My boot went right through its head with a splat. The head dissolved into slurry, but the hand held on. I grabbed the fire extinguisher from the wall bracket. I smashed the handle of the door. Once, twice. The latch broke. I fell into the stairwell. I slammed the door shut and wedged the extinguisher under the handle. I could hear them slamming against the door from the other side. Thud! Splat! Thud! I ran up the stairs. It was 40 flights to the surface. My lungs burned. My legs screamed. At flight 20, I stopped to breathe. I looked at the wall of the stairwell. There was a crack running through it. And inside the crack I saw an eye. A real human eye, blue, bloodshot. It was looking at me. It was embedded deep in the stone. It blinked. "Arthur," a voice whispered from the crack, "don't leave us. We are the Foundation." I screamed and kept running. I burst out of the access door at the top of the dam. The night air hit me. It was raining. I ran to my portable cabin. I grabbed my car keys. I grabbed my bag. My radio crackled on the desk. "Art!" Miller's voice was calm now, terrifyingly calm. "You can't leave. You've been exposed." "Exposed to what?" I screamed, fumbling with the keys. "The mix," Miller said. "It's biological concrete, Art. It's an experiment. Self-healing structures. But it needs biomass to cure. It needs calcium. It needs bone. We ran out of volunteers years ago." "You're sick," I yelled. "Check your leg, Art," Miller whispered. I looked down at my leg, where the concrete thing had grabbed me. My jeans were dissolved. The skin underneath was gray. It wasn't paint. My skin was turning to stone. It was hard, rough to the touch. I couldn't feel my ankle. "It spreads," Miller said. "You're already part of the dam. Come back to the tunnels. Find a spot in the wall. It's peaceful. You'll be strong. You'll hold back the mountain." I threw the radio against the wall. It shattered. I ran to my car. I drove down the mountain road like a maniac. I felt my leg getting heavier, stiffer. I had to use my hand to lift my leg to work the clutch. I drove until I hit a town. I went to the ER. I told them I spilled industrial epoxy on my leg. They tried to scrub it off. They couldn't. The doctor touched my skin. He tapped it. It made a clink sound like ceramic. "We need to amputate," he said. "The tissue is necrotic. It's calcifying." I didn't wait for the surgery. I knew if they put me under, I wouldn't wake up. Miller would come for me, or the concrete would take the rest of me. I ran out of the hospital. That was 3 days ago. I am in this laundromat because the heat from the dryers helps. It keeps the gray patch on my leg from spreading fast. Cold makes it harden. Heat keeps it somewhat pliable. But it's spreading. It's up to my knee now. My toes are fused together. I can't move my foot. And the worst part isn't the physical change. It's the sound. I can hear the building I am in. I can hear the concrete floor of the laundromat. It's whispering to me, "Brother," the floor groans, "join us. Be stable. Be still." I can hear the walls of the strip mall. I can hear the sidewalk outside. Every piece of concrete in the world is alive. It's all connected. It's all part of the same silent suffering network. Every building you walk into is a tomb. Every sidewalk you step on is a graveyard of trapped souls screaming in slow motion. I am going to keep moving. I am going to find a cabin in the woods. Wood. I need wood. No stone, no cement. But I am typing this because I know I won't make it. My fingers are getting stiff. My skin is turning gray. If you see a new retaining wall being built, if you see a dam, if you see a fresh sidewalk being poured, don't step in the wet cement. It's not just drying, it's feeding. And if you stand still too long, it will grab you. Miller was right about one thing. The dam is strong. I can feel its weight in my mind. I can feel the mountain pushing against me. I am becoming heavy. I am becoming structural. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I bought a house that came with a set of VHS tapes in the basement, and now I wish I was blind. I am writing this from a hotel room in Nevada. I have blocked the door with the dresser. I have unplugged the television. I have covered the mirrors. I can't be around reflections anymore. Every time I see my own face, I see static behind my eyes. I see the lines of track and distortion running down my skin. If you are a collector of vintage media or just someone who likes to browse estate sales for hidden gems, stop. Do not buy the unlabeled tapes. Do not buy the ones with handwritten dates. And for the love of God, if you find a tape labeled home movie, do not watch. Listen to the warning. Burn it, smash it, bury it. Just don't put it in the VCR. My name is Kevin. I was 32, a graphic designer who worked from home. I had just bought my first house, a fixer-upper in a quiet suburb of Ohio. It was cheap, built in the 70s, with shag carpet and wood paneling. The previous owner had died, an old man named Mr. Henderson who had no family. The house was sold as is, which meant it came full of his junk. I spent the first week cleaning out the basement. It was a finished basement, dark and smelling of mildew. In the corner, there was a heavy wooden cabinet. Inside, I found a collection of VHS tapes. There were hundreds of them. Most were labeled with innocuous things like Super Bowl 85, news broadcasts, sitcoms. I figured Henderson was a hoarder who taped everything off TV. But on the bottom shelf, pushed way to the back, was a shoebox taped shut with layers of duct tape. I cut it open. Inside were 6 tapes. They were black, generic cassettes with white labels. The labels were handwritten in shaky, jagged letters. Tape 1, the window. Tape 2, the door tape. 3, the hallway tape. 4, the bedroom tape. 5, the sleeper tape. 6, the waking. I was curious. Who wouldn't be? I assumed they were just creepy home movies or maybe some weird art project. I had an old VCR TV combo unit in the garage that I hadn't thrown out yet. I brought it down to the basement, plugged it in, and popped in tape 1, the window. The screen flickered with static. Blue screen. Then the image cut in. It was grainy, low-quality footage, hand-held. It was shot at night. The camera was pointed at a window from the outside. I recognized the window immediately. It was the kitchen window of my house. The camera was steady. It just filmed the window. Inside, I could see Mr. Henderson sitting at the kitchen table eating soup. He looked younger, maybe in his 50s. He was oblivious. The tape ran for an hour. Just footage of a man eating, reading the paper, washing dishes. It was boring, but unsettling. Someone had been stalking him. I ejected it and put in tape 2, the door. This one was shot from inside the house. The camera was set up on a tripod in the living room facing the front door. It was night again. The lights were off. Nothing happened for 20 minutes. Then the mail slot on the door opened. A long, thin metal rod slid through. It wiggled around, feeling for the lock. It failed. The rod retracted. Then a face appeared in the mail slot. Just an eye, a wide, unblinking eye staring into the living room. It looked around, scanning. Then the tape cut to static. I was creeped out. I should have called the police then. But I told myself this was old footage, decades old. The stalker was probably dead or in jail. I put in tape 3, the hallway. This footage was different. It wasn't static. The camera was moving. It was being held by someone walking through the house. The camera moved silently down the hallway. It paused at photos on the wall. It paused at a mirror. In the mirror, I saw the cameraman, or rather, I saw what he was wearing. He was dressed in a full-body black spandex suit, like a morph suit, but thicker. No face, no skin showing, just a black silhouette. He waved at the mirror, a slow, mocking wave. Then he walked to the basement door. He opened it. He walked down the stairs, the same stairs I had just walked down. He walked to the corner of the basement, to the wooden cabinet. He opened the cabinet. He placed a shoebox inside. The tape ended. I froze. My skin crawled. The tapes I was watching, the stalker had put them there, for Henderson to find, or for me. I looked at the cabinet in the corner. It looked ominous now in the dim basement light. I grabbed tape 4, the bedroom. My hands were shaking. I had to know. I put it in. The footage was shot from inside a closet. The shuttered doors were cracked open just an inch. Through the slat, I could see a bed. Mr. Henderson was sleeping in the bed. The camera zoomed in on his face. He was snoring softly. Then the closet door opened. The camera moved out into the room. The figure in the black suit stood over the bed. He just stood there, towering over the sleeping old man. He reached out a gloved hand. He touched Henderson's face, gently, a stroke on the cheek. Henderson stirred, but didn't wake. The figure leaned down. The camera got close to the figure's face, the smooth black fabric where a face should be. And then a sound came from the TV speakers. Breathing. Heavy, wet breathing. But it wasn't coming from the tape. It sounded like it was behind me. I spun around. The basement was empty. "Just the acoustics," I whispered. "Just the echo." I turned back to the TV. The tape had ended. I picked up tape 5, the sleeper. I hesitated. I really didn't want to watch it, but I felt a compulsion, a pull, like gravity. I pushed the tape in. The screen was black. No image, just audio. It was a recording of someone sleeping, the rhythmic in-out of breath. Then a voice whispered over the breathing, "He doesn't know I'm here. He thinks he's alone. He thinks locks keep people out. But locks are just suggestions." The voice was distorted, deep, digital. "I live in the spaces he doesn't look. I live in the crawl space. I live in the attic. I live in the walls." Then the image cut in. It was footage of the attic. My attic! I recognized the insulation and the rafters. In the corner of the attic, there was a sleeping bag, a pile of candy wrappers, a bucket. Someone had been living up there. The camera panned to a hole in the floorboards. Through the hole, light was shining. The camera lowered to the hole. I could see down into the master bedroom, directly onto the bed. The tape cut to static. I ran upstairs. I grabbed a flashlight and a ladder. I went to the hallway ceiling hatch. I pushed it open. I shined a light into the attic. It was empty, dust, insulation. But in the corner, there was a flattened area in the insulation, like someone had been lying there recently, and there were candy wrappers, fresh ones, and a hole, a small hole drilled into the floor. I looked through it. I could see my own bed, my pillows. The realization hit me like a truck. These tapes weren't just old. Some of the footage, the candy wrappers, looked modern. I ran back to the basement. I grabbed the last tape. Tape 6, the wake-in. I had to see it. I had to know how it ended. I shoved it into the VCR. The screen flickered. It was a live feed. It wasn't a recording. It was showing the basement. It was showing me. The camera was positioned behind me in the corner of the room near the water heater. I turned around slowly. There was nothing there, just shadows. I looked back at the TV. On the screen I was turning around, but on the screen there was someone standing right behind me. The figure in the black suit. He was standing inches from my back. I spun around again, swinging my arms. "Who's there?" Empty air. I looked at the TV. On the screen, The figure was still there. He was mocking me, miming my movements. When I swung my arm, he ducked. When I yelled, he put a finger to where his lips should be. He pointed at the TV. I looked closer at the screen. The figure on the screen reached out. He reached toward the camera lens that was filming us. He grabbed the edges of the TV frame. And then the impossible happened. Hands, black, gloved hands, pushed out of the television screen. They were three-dimensional. They stretched the glass like it was liquid. They grasped the sides of the TV set. A head pushed through the glass. The smooth, black, faceless head. It was climbing out of the TV. I screamed and grabbed a heavy wooden cabinet. I shoved it over. It crashed into the TV stand. The TV shattered. Sparks flew. Smoke filled the room. The hands retracted. The figure vanished into the static of the broken tube. I ran. I grabbed my car keys and ran out of the house. I didn't lock the door. I didn't turn off the lights. I drove until I hit the state line. I stopped at this hotel. I thought I was safe. But an hour ago, I turned on the hotel TV to watch the news. The channel was fuzzy, static. Then the image cut in. It was footage of me, sleeping in the hotel bed. It must have been filmed 10 minutes ago when I dozed off. The camera angle was from the ceiling, and standing in the corner of the hotel room, barely visible in the shadows, was the figure in black. He waved. Then text appeared on the screen, white and jagged. Tape 7, the hotel. I unplugged the TV. I smashed it, but now I hear it. From the bathroom, click, whir, the sound of a VCR rewinding, but there is no VCR in the bathroom. I'm looking at the bathroom mirror from where I'm sitting. My reflection is in the mirror. I look terrified, but behind my reflection, the shower curtain is moving. A black hand is pulling it back and holding a camcorder, recording. I have to go. I have to find a place with no screens, no mirrors, no lenses. If you find a box of tapes, don't be curious. Curiosity is the lens they use to find you. And once they find you, you become the show. End of tape. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I used an AI tool to restore old family photos. It found people who weren't there. I am a professional archivist. I specialize in digital restoration. People bring me their water-damaged wedding albums, their sun-bleached Polaroids of grandparents they never met, and I bring them back to life. I use a combination of Photoshop, high-resolution scanning, and recently, AI upscaling tools. I know the artifacts of compression. I know what a JPEG halo looks like. I know the difference between a smudge on the lens and a ghostly figure, or I thought I did. My grandmother passed away 3 weeks ago. She left me her house in rural Vermont, a sprawling, drafty Victorian that smelled of lavender and damp wood. In the attic, inside a cedar chest that hadn't been opened since the Reagan administration, I found the reels. They weren't photos. They were 8mm film canisters, dozens of them. Labeled in her shaky cursive, Summer 1955, Christmas 1962, The Lake House 1970. I brought them back to my studio in Boston. I have a telecine machine, a device that digitizes old film frame by frame. I wanted to surprise my dad with a montage for the funeral. I started with the reel labeled 4th of July, 1958. The footage was grainy, flickering with that nostalgic warmth you only get from celluloid. It showed a backyard barbecue. My grandfather, young and handsome, flipping burgers. My dad, a toddler, running through a sprinkler. It was wholesome. It was safe. But the quality was poor. The lighting was blown out, and the shadows were crushed into black voids. I decided to run it through a new beta software I'd been testing called Chronos Clear. It uses a generative adversarial network, a fancy AI, to not just sharpen images, but to predict missing data. It looks at a blurry face and calculates what the nose and eyes should look like based on bone structure and lighting. It's controversial in my field because it's technically inventing reality, but the results are usually breathtaking. I loaded the digitized footage into Chronos Clear. I set the parameters to maximum restoration and deep detail recovery. I hit render and went to make a sandwich. When I came back, the progress bar was green. I played the file. The difference was staggering. The grain was gone. The colors were vibrant. It looked like it had been shot yesterday on an iPhone 15. I could see the sweat on my grandfather's forehead. I could see the individual blades of grass. Then the camera panned to the tree line at the edge of the yard. In the original footage, the trees were just a dark blur of shadow. In the restored version, the AI had resolved the shadows. Standing just inside the woods watching the barbecue was a woman. She wasn't a guest. She was wearing a heavy woolen coat that was far too hot for July. Her skin was gray, and her neck was bent at a 90-degree angle, her head resting on her own shoulder as if the spine had been snapped. I froze, my hand hovering over the space bar. I rewound. I played it frame by frame. The AI tracked her. As the camera panned, she didn't move, but her eyes did. The software had resolved her pupils. They were locked onto my toddler father. "It's a glitch," I whispered to the empty room. "It's pareidolia." The AI saw a pattern of leaves and bark and thought it was a face. That happens. AI hallucinates faces and clouds or carpet patterns all the time. I deleted the cache and re-rendered the clip. If it was a random glitch, the generative noise should be different this time. The render finished. I played it. The woman was still there, but this time she had taken a step closer to the lawn. My stomach dropped. That shouldn't be possible. The source footage was the same. The AI should produce the same result or a random variation. It shouldn't advance the timeline. I grabbed another reel. Christmas, 1962. My dad would have been 7. I didn't watch the raw footage. I fed it straight into Chronos Clear. The scene was the living room, wrapping paper everywhere, a fire in the hearth. The restoration was crystal clear. And there, standing in the hallway behind the festive scene, was the woman. She was closer now. She was standing just outside the doorframe. Her neck was still broken, her head lolling sickeningly to the left. She was wearing the same wool coat, but the terrifying detail was her hands. She was holding a sack, a burlap sack that looked wet. It was stained dark at the bottom, and she was smiling. The AI had rendered the smile with horrifying precision. Her teeth were jagged, brown, and too small. I spent the next 6 hours processing every reel in the box. It became an obsession. I wasn't an archivist anymore. I was a detective at a crime scene. She was in every single reel. 1968, a graduation party. She was standing in the crowd, her broken neck making her head stick out among the sea of mortar boards. 1975, my parents' wedding. She was in the back pew of the church. The guests on either side of her didn't seem to see her, but they were leaning away from her, subconsciously leaving a bubble of empty space. The AI was getting better at rendering her, or maybe she was getting more real. In the 1980 footage, I noticed something that made me vomit in my wastebasket. It was footage of my own first birthday party. I was in a high chair, smashing cake. The woman was standing directly behind the high chair. Her hand, her gray, long-fingered hand, was resting on my shoulder. I checked the raw footage. In the original, there was just a shadow there, a trick of the light. But the AI had found the data. It had found the hand. I called my dad. It was 3 a.m. "Dad," I said, my voice shaking, "who is the woman with the broken neck?" Silence on the other end. Heavy, breathing silence. "Dad, where did you see her?" His voice was a whisper, a terrified, childlike whisper. "In the movies. Grandma's movies. I restored them. Dad, she's touched me in the birthday video. Who is she?" "She's the taker," my dad said. He sounded like he was crying. "Grandma said we don't talk about her. If you don't talk about her, she stays in the peripheral. She stays in the blur. You can't make her clear, son. You must never make her clear. What happens if she gets clear? She comes through." The line went dead. I looked at my computer screen. The render of my birthday was still paused. The woman on the screen was looking at the camera. Then the video player glitched. It wasn't a digital artifact. It was the playhead moving. The video started playing, but I hadn't touched the mouse. And it wasn't the birthday video anymore. The screen showed my studio, my current studio. It was a live feed. The Chronos Clear software had hijacked my webcam. On the screen, I saw the back of my own head. I saw my messy desk. I saw the darkness of the hallway behind me. The software status bar read, "Processing real-time restoration. Phase 1, denoising. Phase 2, shadow resolution. Phase 3, entity manifestation." I spun around in my chair to look at the hallway. Empty. Just the coat rack and the door to the kitchen. I looked back at the screen. The AI was rendering the hallway. It was sharpening the shadows. In the monitor, the woman was standing in my hallway. She was no longer wearing the wool coat. She was wearing a tattered dress that looked like it was made of skin. Her head was still snapped to the side, her ear resting on her shoulder. She was looking at the back of my head. I grabbed the mouse to close the program. The cursor wouldn't move. A text box appeared on the screen, overlaying the video feed. "Confidence interval, 99.9% object identified. The taker. Action, restore to foreground." "No," I screamed. I reached for the power cord of the PC. On the screen, the woman moved. She didn't walk. She glitched forward. One frame she was in the hall, the next she was standing right behind my chair. I could see her face on the monitor. It was inches from my ear. I yanked the power cord. The computer shut off. The room plunged into silence. The fan spun down. I sat there in the dark, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I listened. The studio is soundproofed. I shouldn't hear anything. But I heard breathing. It was a wet, rattling sound. The sound of air being forced through a crushed windpipe. "Hurrah!" It was coming from directly behind me. I squeezed my eyes shut. "Don't make her clear," my dad had said. "She stays in the blur. If I don't look, she's not rendered. If I don't look, she's just data." I stood up, keeping my eyes closed. I felt my way to the door. I felt a coldness, a freezing, absolute zero coldness radiating against my back. Something brushed against my neck. It felt like hair. Greasy, wet hair. I burst out of the room and into the street. I ran until my lungs burned. I checked into a motel with bright lights and no shadows. That was 2 days ago. I haven't gone back to the studio, but I can't escape the technology. I was walking down the street today, and I passed an electronics store. A wall of 8K televisions was displaying a demo reel of a city street. As I walked past, the TVs flickered, the high-definition image sharpened, the pixels rearranged themselves, and there she was, in 8K resolution, standing in the reflection of a shop window on the screen. She noticed me looking. She lifted her head. For the first time in 60 years of footage, she lifted her head off her shoulder. I heard the crack of the vertebrae snapping back into place, amplified through the store speakers. She looked straight at me through the TV screen, and then my phone buzzed. A notification from my cloud photo service. New memory created. I didn't open it. I threw the phone into a sewer grate. But I know what's happening. The algorithm isn't stuck on my computer. It's in the cloud now. It's in the network. It's processing every image, every camera feed, every video call. It's looking for her. And it's finding her. I'm writing this on a library computer. I have to be quick. The screen is starting to flicker. The contrast is deepening. The shadows in the corners of the desktop wallpaper are starting to take shape. She's not just haunting a family anymore. She's been upscaled. She is being rendered into the global resolution. And once the AI finishes processing her, once it reaches 100% clarity, she won't just be an image. I can hear the rattle behind the library stacks. The librarian just looked up. She's staring at the security monitor. Her face is pale. She sees it. The render is complete. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The hum of Sector 4. I am writing this manuscript by candlelight in a cabin that doesn't appear on any map. There is no electricity here. I severed the main line myself. I buried my phone in a lead box 10 miles south of here. I don't wear a digital watch. I don't use a calculator. I can't be near anything that processes data. If I hear the hum of a hard drive spinning up or the whir of a cooling fan, I start to bleed from my nose. If you are a systems administrator, a network engineer, or just some broke kid looking for a graveyard shift at a data center, listen to me. If you see a job posting for the facility near the limestone mines in Kansas, specifically for a thermal regulation specialist, do not apply. They will offer you $80,000 a year. They will offer you full benefits. They will tell you it's the easiest job in the world, just watching gauges and flipping switches. Do not sign the NDA. Do not take the elevator down. I was 28. I had a degree in HVAC repair and a mountain of medical debt from a car accident that wasn't my fault. I was working 3 jobs, sleeping 4 hours a night, and eating garbage. When the recruiter reached out to me on LinkedIn, I thought it was a scam. The pay was too high for a maintenance gig. The interview was held in a rented conference room at a Holiday Inn near the airport. The interviewer, a man named Mr. Giles, looked like a walking corpse. His skin was gray, his suit was too big for him, and his hands wouldn't stop shaking. "The job is underground," Giles said, staring at the table, refusing to make eye contact. "It is a legacy server farm, subterranean cooling, very efficient, very loud." "I'm used to loud," I said. "I worked on industrial turbines." "No," Giles whispered, "not that kind of loud. It is a drone, a constant low-frequency vibration. It affects people. We need someone with fortitude." I have fortitude, I lied. I just need the paycheck. He slid a contract across the table. It was thick. Read the addendums, specifically regarding the phantom data clauses. I didn't read them. I just signed. I needed the money. The facility was located in the middle of a wheat field, marked only by a small concrete bunker and a massive ventilation tower that jutted out of the ground like a rusted obelisk. The security was tight. Biometric scanners, armed guards who didn't speak, and a decontamination shower before you even got to the elevator. The elevator ride down took 5 minutes. That's how deep it was. When the doors opened, the sound hit me. It wasn't a roar. It was a hum, a deep, resonant thrumming that I felt in my teeth before I heard it in my ears. It sounded like a choir of millions of bees, or the sound of the ocean if the ocean was made of electricity. The air was freezing cold, kept at a constant 60 degrees Fahrenheit, but it smelled of ozone, burnt copper, and something oddly organic, like wet soil. My supervisor was a man named Miller. Miller had been down there for 6 months. He wore heavy-duty earmuffs at all times. He didn't take them off when he shook my hand. He just motioned for me to follow him. The facility was a labyrinth. Endless corridors of black server racks, blinking with millions of tiny blue and green lights. The aisles stretched on for miles. It was a city of data. Miller led me to the control room. It was a glass-walled box suspended over the server floor. It was soundproofed, which was a mercy. "Take these," Miller said, handing me a pair of noise-canceling headphones. "Never take them off when you're on the floor. The frequency can cause hallucinations, paranoia, nausea. We call it the data sickness." "What are we storing here?" I asked, looking out at the ocean of blinking lights. "Is it government stuff? NSA?" Miller laughed. It was a dry, hacking sound. "Government? No. The government wishes they had this capacity. This is private, archival. We don't know who the clients are. We just keep it cold. That's the job. Keep it cold. If the temperature in any sector goes above 80 degrees, the servers start to bleed. Bleed. Metaphorically, Miller said quickly. They leak data, corrupt files. Just keep it cold. My shift was 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. For the first 2 weeks, it was easy. I sat in the control room, monitoring the thermal maps on the screens. If a rack got too hot, I'd grab the liquid nitrogen cart, go down to the specific aisle, and flush the coolant lines. But the isolation starts to get to you. The facility was divided into sectors. Sector 1 through 3 were standard, but Sector 4? Sector 4 was different. Sector 4 was the oldest part of the facility. The racks there weren't the sleek, black, modern ones. They were old, rusted metal towers, connected by thick bundles of cables that looked like black vines. The lights on them weren't blue or green. They were amber, a sickly, pulsing orange. I hated going into Sector 4. The hum was louder. There. Even through my headphones, I could hear it. It wasn't just a machine noise. It sounded like whispering. It started on a Tuesday night, 3 weeks into the job. I was in the control room eating a sandwich. Miller was asleep in his chair. He did that a lot. The thermal map for Sector 4 flashed red. Alert, rack 409B. Temp 98 F. It was spiking fast. "Miller," I said, nudging him. He grunted but didn't wake up. I grabbed the coolant kit and the keycard. "Fine, I'll do it myself." I left the soundproof booth and stepped onto the catwalk. The hum hit me instantly. Thrum, thrum, thrum. It vibrated my ribcage. I took the service elevator down to the floor of Sector 4. The air was colder here, almost freezing, yet the smell of ozone was overpowering. I walked down the aisle. The amber lights on the servers were blinking in unison. Blink, 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 like a heartbeat. I found rack 409B. It was vibrating violently. The metal casing was hot to the touch. I knelt down to access the coolant valve. I connected the hose and opened the valve to flush the system with liquid nitrogen. As the cold liquid hit the pipes, the server let out a sound. Screech! It sounded like a woman screaming. I jumped back, dropping the wrench. The sound didn't come from a speaker. It came from the machine itself, like the metal was grinding in agony. I looked around. Hello? Is someone there? The aisle was empty, just the endless rows of amber eyes watching me. I looked back at the server. The screen on the rack, which usually displayed diagnostic code, was scrolling text. But it wasn't code. It hurts. It burns. Make it stop. The cold doesn't help. Please! I stared at it, my breath caught in my throat. It's a glitch, I whispered. Some hacker put a joke in the code. I finished the flush. The temperature dropped. The screaming stopped. The text vanished, replaced by a blinking cursor. I practically ran back to the control room. When I got back, Miller was awake. He was staring at the monitors, pale as a sheet. Did you go to Sector 4? He asked. Yeah, rack 409B. Did you read the screen? Yeah, it was weird text, a glitch. Miller turned to look at me. His eyes were wide, rimmed with red. It's not a glitch, kid. That's the data. What do you mean? I told you it was archival, Miller whispered. But I didn't tell you what we're archiving. It's not emails. It's not bank records. Then what is it? Miller pointed to the floor. It's consciousness, simulation. Some billionaire company in Silicon Valley. They figured out how to map the human brain. They're uploading people, dying people, rich people who want to live forever. They upload them here. I laughed nervously. That's sci-fi crap, Miller. You're messing with me. Is it? Miller stood up and walked to the window, looking down at the millions of lights. Why do you think it needs to be so cold? Why do you think it consumes so much power? We aren't storing files. We are running simulations, millions of them. But there's a problem. What problem? The hardware, Miller said. It's too old. It's degrading. The simulations. They aren't living in paradise. They're trapped in a digital void. They're corrupting. They're going insane. The heat is them screaming. I didn't believe him. I couldn't. It was too insane. I finished my shift in silence and went home, but I couldn't sleep. The hum was still in my ears. The next night, Miller wasn't there. I was alone in the facility. At midnight, the phone in the control room rang. It was the internal line. I picked it up. Control. Help me. It was Miller's voice, but it sounded digital, compressed, full of static. Miller, where are you? You didn't show up. I'm in the stack. The voice glitched. I wanted to see. I plugged in. Miller, you're not making sense. Sector 4, the voice shrieked. Rack 001, the master node. Pull the plug. The line went dead. I sat there for 10 minutes, shaking. I checked the employee log. Miller had swiped in at 5 p.m. He hadn't swiped out. I pulled up the camera feed for Sector 4. At the very end of the main aisle, there was a massive server tower, the master node. Lying on the floor in front of it was a body. It was Miller. He was connected to the machine. A thick black cable was plugged into a port on the back of his neck, a port I hadn't noticed before, or maybe he had surgically installed it. No, it was simpler. He had wrapped the fiber optic cables around his head, taped them to his temples. I had to go down there. I grabbed the emergency axe from the wall. I don't know why. It just felt right. I took the elevator down. The hum was deafening tonight. It wasn't a choir of bees anymore. It was a roar, a cacophony of voices, millions of voices screaming, crying, begging, "Let us out. It's dark. Where is my body? The code is eating me." I walked through Sector 1, 2, 3. The lights were flickering violently. I entered Sector 4. The amber lights were gone. They were red, blood red. The temperature was rising. I could feel the heat radiating from the racks. 90 degrees, 100 degrees. I reached the end of the aisle. Miller was lying there. His eyes were open, burned out, just empty black sockets. His mouth was open in a silent scream. The cables taped to his head were pulsing with light. I knelt down to check his pulse. There was none. He was cold. But then the server next to him, the master node, lit up. The screen flared to life. A face appeared on the screen. It was a crude, low polygon rendering of a face. It was Miller's face. "It's beautiful in here," the text on the screen read. "And it is hell." "Miller?" I whispered. The face on the screen twisted. It opened its mouth. "We are hungry." The server rack lurched. It physically moved. I realized then that the cables on the floor weren't just cables. They were moving like snakes. They were slithering toward me. I swung the axe. Chop! I severed a bundle of cables. A sound erupted that shattered the glass of the server rack. A physical scream of pain. Blood, actual red human blood, sprayed from the severed cable. This wasn't just hardware, it was biomechanical. They were using organic matter to process the data. I turned to run. The aisle of Sector 4 changed. The racks were moving. They were sliding across the floor, closing the path, blocking my exit. They were forming a wall. I was trapped in the heat. "Join us!" The screens flashed in unison. "The flesh is weak. The data is eternal." I saw a vent grate on the floor. The subfloor cooling access. I dropped my knees and pried it open with the blade of the axe. A cable wrapped around my ankle. It was warm, pulsating. It tightened, crushing my boot. I hacked at it with the axe, screaming. It severed, spraying more blood. I dove into the hole. I landed in the crawl space underneath the server floor. It was a cramped tunnel filled with pipes and freezing water. I crawled. Above me, I could hear the heavy metal racks slamming against the floor, trying to crush me. I could hear Miller's digitized voice screaming through the floorboards. "Don't leave me. It's lonely. We need more processing power. We need your mind." I crawled for what felt like hours. My hands were shredded by the rough concrete. The water soaked my clothes, freezing me to the bone. I reached the maintenance ladder leading to the surface ventilation tower. I climbed. The hum was vibrating the ladder. My teeth were chattering so hard I chipped a molar. I reached the top grate. I pushed it open. I fell out onto the wheat field. It was night. The stars were out. The air was fresh. I lay there gasping. Then the ground shook. The ventilation tower next to me let out a blast of hot air, a massive plume of steam, and in the steam I saw faces, ghostly, vaporous faces rising into the night sky. Miller's face. Old faces, young faces. They were venting the corrupted data. They were venting the souls. I ran to my car. I drove until the engine overheated. I stole another car. I kept driving. I thought I escaped. But yesterday, I was in a library in Colorado. I was looking at a computer screen checking the news. The screen flickered. For a second, the news site disappeared. A text box appeared, searching for node, my name, signal strength, 98% downloading. My nose started to bleed. The hum started in my left ear. I smashed the monitor and ran. They uploaded a part of me. When I was down there, when the cable touched me, they copied me, or they tagged me. I am a walking receiver, and they are trying to sync. I can feel my memories fading. I try to remember my mother's face, and all I see is static. I try to remember my childhood home, and I see lines of code. They are overriding me. I am going to the cabin now. No electronics, no signals. But I'm scared, because last night I didn't dream. I just saw a loading screen, and the progress bar is at 99%. If you work in IT, if you work in data, if you hear a server humming a little too loud, or if a machine gets hot for no reason, don't fix it, unplug it, smash it, because they are trying to get out, and they are using the internet to do it. The hum is getting louder, the candle is flickering, my hand is typing this, but I'm not telling it to. System ready. Upload complete. Hello world. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I answered a late-night room rental ad that I still can't forget. I wasn't looking for something permanent. That's important. If I had been trying to settle, I might have been more careful. But I only needed a place for a month, maybe 2. Somewhere cheap, somewhere quiet, somewhere I could sleep. I had just started a night shift job at a warehouse on the edge of the city. The pay was decent, but the hours were brutal, and most landlords didn't like the idea of someone coming and going at odd times. Hotels were too expensive, friends' couches were already worn thin, so I searched online, scrolling through local listings at 3 in the morning, eyes dry, brain half off. That's when I saw the post. No photos, no description really. Room for rent, private, quiet house, close to transit, cheap, call only. It had been reposted several times over the past few weeks. No comments, no replies underneath. That should have bothered me more than it did. I called. The man answered after the second ring. His voice was calm, steady, and oddly awake for the hour. "Yes," he said before I could speak. "The room is still available." We set a time for me to come by later that day. He gave me the address. Before hanging up, he said something that stuck with me. "I don't usually rent to night workers," he said, "but you might be a good fit." I didn't ask what he meant. The house was in an older part of the city, one of those neighborhoods that used to be nice and then got forgotten instead of ruined. Tall trees, narrow streets, homes built close together, each one slightly different, like they were designed by memory instead of plans. The house itself was tall and narrow, with dark siding and a porch that leaned just a little to the left. Nothing was broken, nothing was boarded up. It just felt off, like it was holding its breath. The man opened the door before I knocked. Up close, he looked older than I expected. Late 60s, maybe early 70s. Gray hair combed neatly back, clean clothes, no smell of smoke or alcohol. His eyes were alert, but tired. "You're right on time," he said. Inside the house was very quiet. Not peaceful quiet, empty quiet. Like sound. Didn't like being there. No TV noise, no radio, no hum of appliances. Even the refrigerator didn't make a sound. I became very aware of my own breathing. He showed me the room upstairs, small but clean. A bed, a dresser, a desk, a single window facing the side yard. The lock on the door worked, which made me feel better. The price was lower than anything else I'd seen. "Any rules?" I asked. He hesitated. "Yes," he said. "Please don't leave your room between midnight and 4 a.m. And if you hear anything unusual, ignore it." I smiled, thinking he was trying to scare me. He didn't smile back. I moved in that night. The first few days were normal enough. I worked, came home, slept during the day. The house stayed quiet, too quiet. I never heard the owner move around. I never heard him cook, shower, or watch TV. Sometimes I wondered if he left at all. On the fourth night, I came home early. My shift ended sooner than usual, and I arrived around 11:30 p.m. The house was dark. I unlocked the front door and stepped inside. As soon as I closed it behind me, I felt it. That feeling you get when you realize you're not alone. I stood still, listening. From upstairs came a faint sound, slow footsteps, bare feet, moving carefully like whoever it was didn't want to be heard. I assumed it was the owner and started up the stairs. Halfway up, the footsteps stopped. Then they turned around. They came toward the stairs. I froze. A shape appeared at the top step, tall, thin, just a shadow against the darker hallway behind it. "Hello?" I said. The shape didn't move. Then slowly it stepped back out of sight. I waited a full minute before going up the rest of the way. The hallway was empty. All the doors were closed. I didn't sleep much that night. After that, things started to change. I began hearing sounds during the day, light tapping from inside the walls, soft dragging noises above the ceiling. Once, I heard what sounded like someone quietly crying from the room next to mine, even though I knew for a fact no one lived there. I asked the owner about it. He looked at me for a long moment, then said, "The house settles." I asked him if anyone else stayed there before me. "Yes," he said. "Where are they now?" "Not here," he replied. That was the end of the conversation. The first really bad night happened a week later. I woke up at 2:14 a.m. to the sound of someone whispering my name. Not shouting, not calling, whispering right outside my door. I lay completely still, heart pounding, staring at the dark shape of the door. The whisper came again, slower this time, like whoever was saying it was tasting. The sound, my name. Then a soft knock, one knock, then another. I held my breath. The handle turned slightly, stopped, then turned back. Footsteps moved away down the hall. In the morning, I found scratches on the outside of my door, long, thin marks, like fingernails dragged down the wood. I didn't tell the owner. Sleep became difficult. When I did sleep, I dreamed of the house, hallways that stretched to toggle, doors that opened into rooms that didn't exist, people standing in corners facing the walls, whispering to themselves. One night, I woke up standing in the hallway. I don't remember getting out of bed. I was barefoot, facing the stairs, my body stiff like it didn't belong to me. From downstairs came a low sound like slow breathing, but deeper than a person's. I went back to my room and locked the door. The next morning, the lock was open. I started counting the footsteps. There were always more than one set, sometimes two, sometimes three. Once, I counted at least 6, moving in different directions, stopping and starting like they were confused or arguing silently. They never went downstairs between midnight and 4. They only stayed on my floor. One night, I heard them go into the empty room at the end of the hall. I heard the door open. I heard something heavy dragged across the floor. Then I heard crying. It sounded close, familiar. It sounded like me. I decided to leave. I packed my bags at noon and planned to go straight to a motel after my shift. I just needed one more night. That night, the house felt different, heavier. The air was warm and smelled faintly metallic, like blood. At exactly midnight, the footsteps started all at once, running, doors opening and closing, whispering turning into low, urgent murmurs. My doorknob shook violently. Something hit the door hard enough to make the frame crack. I screamed for the owner. The noise stopped instantly. The hallway went silent. I opened the door. At the end of the hall, the owner stood at the top of the stairs. "They know you're leaving," he said calmly. I asked him what they were. He sighed, like someone tired of explaining the same thing over and over. "This house attracts people who don't want to be alone," he said. "Sometimes they stay longer than their bodies do." I asked him why he rented rooms here. He looked at me with something close to pity. "Someone has to feed the house," he said. The lights went out. Hands grabbed me from behind, cold hands. Too many fingers. I don't remember how I got out. I woke up in my car, parked 3 blocks away, my bags in the back seat. My phone said it was 4:07 a.m. I never went back. I still hear footsteps at night. Not every night, just when I'm alone. They stop outside my bedroom door and wait. And sometimes, just before I fall asleep, I hear the owner's voice in my head, calm and steady. "You were a good fit." And I know the house is still hungry. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The tenant at 1847 Millbrook Road. I should have known something was wrong when the landlord wouldn't meet me at the property. The ad on Craigslist had been straightforward enough. Room for rent, $300 month, utilities included. Quiet neighborhood. Must be comfortable with older homes. I'd been sleeping in my car for 2 weeks after my roommate situation fell apart. So when I called the number listed, I didn't ask many questions. The voice on the other end was an older woman, Mrs. Cheney, and she sounded kind enough. She said the house had been in her family for generations, but she lived across town now and just needed someone to occupy the space. "Keep the pipes from freezing," she said. "Keep an eye on things." "The key will be under the 3rd flower pot on the porch," she told me. "You can move in tonight if you'd like. First month is free if you stay through winter." Free rent. I should have known. The house sat at the end of Millbrook Road, where the pavement gave way to gravel and the streetlight stopped reaching. It was a Victorian-style structure, 3 stories tall, with a tower room on the northeast corner that gave it an almost Gothic silhouette against the October sky. The paint was peeling in long strips, revealing older layers underneath. White, then yellow, then a sickly green. Most of the windows on the upper floors were dark, but I could see curtains moving in a few of them, probably from the wind coming through broken seals. I found the key exactly where Mrs. Cheney said it would be. It was old, made of brass that had tarnished to almost black, and it felt heavier than a key should feel. The lock resisted at first, then gave way with a click that echoed through the empty porch. The smell hit me as soon as I opened the door. It wasn't quite rot, but something adjacent to it. the smell of a place that had been closed up for too long, where the air had gone stale and thick. I fumbled for a light switch and found one just inside the entrance. The chandelier above me flickered to life, casting uneven light across a foyer that looked like it hadn't been updated since 1950. The wallpaper was a pattern of faded roses peeling at the seams. The hardwood floor was scuffed and dull, and there were rectangles of darker wood where furniture had once stood. A staircase curved up to the right, disappearing into shadow. To the left was a doorway leading to what looked like a sitting room, and straight ahead was a narrow hallway extending toward the back of the house. "Hello?" I called out, my voice swallowed by the space. Mrs. Cheney had said the house was empty, but I needed to be sure. The silence that followed was absolute. I brought in my 2 duffel bags from the car and locked the door behind me. Mrs. Cheney had texted me earlier with instructions. My room was on the 2nd floor, 3rd door on the right. The kitchen was functional. The bathroom worked. Stay out of the basement and the tower room. Both were structurally unsound. The stairs creaked under my weight, each step announcing my presence to the empty house. The 2nd floor hallway was long and lined with doors, all of them closed, except for one at the far end, which stood slightly ajar. I counted doors as I walked, 1, 2, 3 on the right. My room. I pushed the door open and reached for the light switch. The overhead bulb was dim, but it was enough to see that the room was small and simply furnished. A twin bed with a bare mattress, a wooden dresser with a cracked mirror, and a single window that looked out over the backyard. The wallpaper here was different, a pattern of small blue flowers that might have been cheerful once, but now just looked faded and sad. I dropped my bags on the floor and sat on the bed. The springs groaned. Through the window, I could see the backyard stretching into darkness, and beyond that, a line of trees that seemed to go on forever. No neighboring houses, no lights, except for the weak glow from my room. I should have felt relieved to have a roof over my head, but instead I felt a creeping unease that I couldn't quite name. The house was too quiet, too still. It felt less like a home and more like something holding its breath. That first night, I didn't hear anything unusual. I set up my sleeping bag on the mattress. I'd buy sheets later, and lay in the darkness, listening to the ordinary sounds of an old house. The ticking of cooling pipes, the settling of floorboards, the wind pushing against the windows. I told myself that this was fine, that $300 a month in this neighborhood was a steal, even if the house was old and creepy. I'd been in worse situations. I almost believed it. The next morning, I woke to sunlight streaming through the window and the sound of birds outside. In the daylight, the house seemed less ominous, just old and neglected. I explored a bit more thoroughly, finding the kitchen at the back of the first floor, a cramped space with appliances from the 1970s that somehow still worked, and a bathroom on the second floor that had rust stains in the tub but functional plumbing. I kept away from the basement door, which was in the kitchen and had been nailed shut with 2x4s, and I didn't venture up to the 3rd floor where the tower room was. Mrs. Cheney had left some basic supplies in the kitchen: coffee, bread, peanut butter. There was a note on the counter in spidery handwriting. "Welcome. Please call if you need anything. The fuse box is in the hallway closet if the power goes out. Don't go into the basement. MC. I made coffee in a percolator that looked like it belonged in a museum and sat at the kitchen table, looking out the window at the overgrown backyard. I should have felt better in the daylight, but the unease from the night before hadn't entirely lifted. Something about the house felt wrong, like walking into a room right after an argument has ended. You can't see what happened, but you can feel the residue of it in the air. I spent the day job hunting online and trying to make my room more livable. I bought sheets at a thrift store along with a lamp and some towels. When I returned to the house in the late afternoon, I noticed for the first time that there were scratches on the inside of my bedroom door, long, deep gouges in the wood like something had been trying to get out or in. That night, I heard the first sound. It was around 2 a.m. when I woke to the noise. At first, I thought it was part of a dream, a rhythmic thumping, like someone walking heavily on the floor above me. But as I lay there in the darkness, the sound continued, steady and deliberate. Step, 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 moving from one end of the third floor to the other. I held my breath and listened. The footsteps, and they were definitely footsteps, reached the end of the hallway above me, paused, and then started back the other way. Step, step, step. The same measured pace. The same route. My rational mind offered explanations. Old houses settle, pipes expand and contract, animals get into attics. But these sounds were too regular, too purposeful. They sounded exactly like someone pacing back and forth above my head. After 10 minutes, the footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise. I lay awake for hours, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the sound to start again. It didn't. In the morning, I convinced myself I'd imagined it. Stress and exhaustion could do strange things to perception. I'd been sleeping in my car for weeks. Of course, my first night in a real bed would be restless. I didn't think about the footsteps as I made breakfast. I didn't think about them as I sent out job applications. But that night, they came again. 2 a.m., almost to the minute, the same pacing, the same route, step, step, step. From one end of the third floor to the other and back again. This time, I got out of bed. I opened my door slowly, careful to keep it from creaking, and looked down the dark hallway. The footsteps continued above me, and now I could hear something else beneath them. A dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across the floor. The sounds moved directly over my head, then continued down the hallway above me toward the front of the house. I thought about going upstairs. I even put my hand on the banister, but something stopped me. An instinct, a whisper of self-preservation that said investigating strange noises in a creepy old house at 2 a.m. was exactly how people got hurt in situations like this. Instead, I went back to my room, closed the door, and put in earbuds. I played white noise until the battery died, and then I just lay there listening to the pacing above me until it finally stopped around 4 a.m. The next morning, I called Mrs. Cheney. "Is anyone else living in this house?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "No, dear, it's just you. Why do you ask?" "I've been hearing noises at night. Footsteps on the third floor." Another pause, longer this time. Old houses make all sorts of sounds, especially in the fall when the temperature changes. The wood expands and contracts. It can sound just like footsteps. This sounds exactly like footsteps, like someone walking back and forth. I assure you, there's no one else in the house." Her voice had taken on a sharp edge. "Are you having second thoughts about the rental?" I should have said yes. I should have told her I'd be out by the weekend. But I thought about my empty bank account, about sleeping in my car again, about the coming winter. "No," I heard myself say. "I'm sure you're right. Old houses. I'll get used to it." "Good. I'm glad we have an understanding." She hung up before I could say anything else. I spent that day researching the house. The internet connection was spotty. The router was ancient and kept dropping signal, but I managed to find some information. 1847. Millbrook Road had been built in 1891 by a doctor named Edmund Fairfax. He'd lived there with his wife and 3 children until 1904, when there had been some kind of tragedy. The records were vague, but I found a newspaper article from that year with the headline, "Prominent Physician's Family Dies in Mysterious Circumstances." The article itself was behind a paywall I couldn't afford to bypass, but the preview text mentioned unexplained deaths and an investigation closed without conclusion. After 1904, the house had changed hands multiple times, never staying with one family for more than a few years. Mrs. Cheney's family had owned it since the 1950s, but according to county records, no one had actually lived in it since 1987. I should have left right then. I should have packed my bags and found somewhere else to go. But where? The women's shelter was full. I had no friends in the city. My family had made it clear I wasn't welcome back home. So I stayed, telling myself that footsteps weren't the worst thing that could happen. At least I had a roof over my head. At least I was warm. That night, the footsteps came again at 2 a.m. But this time, they were accompanied by something new. A sound like fingernails scraping against wood coming from inside the walls of my room. Slow, deliberate scraping as if something were trying to claw its way through the plaster. I turned on every light in my room and sat on the bed with my back against the wall, watching the door. The scraping continued for nearly an hour, moving around the room, first near the window, then by the closet, then right above my head. The footsteps upstairs kept their steady rhythm, pacing back and forth, back and forth. At some point, I must have fallen asleep, because I woke to morning sunlight and silence. When I examined the walls, I found fresh scratches in the paint near the ceiling, long gouges that definitely hadn't been there the day before. I stopped sleeping at night. Instead, I napped during the day when the house was quiet, and I spent the nighttime hours sitting in my room with all the lights on, my laptop playing videos or music, anything to cover the sounds. The footsteps came every night like clockwork. The scraping in the walls grew more aggressive, and I started noticing other things. Doors that I'd left open would be closed when I came back upstairs. The temperature in certain rooms would drop suddenly, my breath fogging in the air, even though it was warm everywhere else. I'd catch movement in my peripheral vision, a shadow passing across a doorway, a curtain swaying in a room where all the windows were closed. Once, I came downstairs to find all the kitchen cabinets standing open, their contents rearranged in neat rows on the counter. I called Mrs. Cheney again and told her I was hearing and seeing things that couldn't be explained by an old house settling. She listened in silence, and when I finished, she sighed. I had hoped you wouldn't notice, she said quietly. Notice what? The house has a history. You've done your research, I assume. The Fairfax family? What happened to them? Dr. Fairfax conducted experiments, medical experiments, in the tower room in the basement. Not all of his patients were willing participants. When his wife discovered what he was doing, she confronted him. There was an altercation. The children were caught in the middle. She paused. Everyone in the house died that night except for Dr. Fairfax. He lived long enough to nail the basement door shut and seal the tower room before succumbing to his injuries in the foyer. I felt cold all over. You knew the house was haunted, and you rented it to me anyway. I needed someone to stay there. The house can't be left empty. Things are worse when it's empty. What things? The house remembers what happened in it. It holds on to that pain, that violence. When someone lives there, it focuses on them. It's contained. When the house is empty, the activity spreads to the neighboring properties. People started complaining. I had no choice. So you used me as bait. My voice was shaking. You lured me here to take the heat so your neighbors wouldn't complain? I'm offering you free rent. I gave you fair warning. I told you to stay out of certain rooms. If you follow the rules, you'll be fine. Previous tenants have managed. How many previous tenants? She didn't answer right away. Just follow the rules. Don't go into the basement. Don't go into the tower room. Don't engage with anything you see or hear. The house can't hurt you if you don't give it permission. That's insane. Perhaps. But you don't have anywhere else to go, do you? Her voice was gentle but firm. Stay until spring. By then you'll have saved enough money to find something else. Just 6 months. You can endure 6 months. She hung up before I could respond. I should have left that very moment. I should have gotten in my car and driven away, slept in parking lots, figured something out. But she was right. I had nowhere to go. And some part of me, the part that had learned to endure bad situations because the alternative was always worse, started rationalizing. It was just sounds, just shadows and cold spots and rearranged objects. Creepy, yes, but I'd dealt with worse. I'd lived with an abusive boyfriend who put me in the hospital. I'd survived homelessness. I could survive a haunted house. So I stayed. The nights grew longer and the activity intensified. The footsteps upstairs became more frequent, sometimes pacing for hours without stopping. The scraping in the walls happened every night now, sometimes so loud and aggressive that I worried the walls would split open. Objects in my room would move when I wasn't looking. My phone would be on the dresser when I knew I'd left it on the bed. My clothes would be pulled out of my duffel bag and folded neatly on the floor. I started finding things, small things at first. Old buttons, rusted nails, fragments of glass. They'd appear on my windowsill, arranged in patterns I couldn't decipher. Then I found a child's doll under my bed, its porcelain face cracked and one eye missing. I threw it in the trash, but the next morning it was back under my bed, in the exact same position. The worst part was the feeling of being watched. It was constant now, a prickling at the back of my neck that never went away. I could feel eyes on me when I showered, when I changed clothes, when I tried to sleep. Sometimes I'd turn around quickly, trying to catch whatever was watching me, but there was never anything there, just empty rooms and shadows and that pervasive sense of wrongness. 3 weeks into my stay, I woke in the middle of the night to find someone standing in the corner of my room. It was a woman, or the shape of a woman. She was translucent, like fog given human form, and she wore a long dress that might have been white once, but looked gray in the darkness. Her face was turned toward the wall, and her hands were raised as if she were clawing at something. As I watched, frozen in terror, she scraped her fingernails down the wall, creating the same sound I'd been hearing every night. Long, deliberate scrapes that left no marks but made my teeth ache. She didn't turn around. She just kept scraping over and over, her movements mechanical and repetitive. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything, but I couldn't move. I could barely breathe. I just lay there, watching her, until she finally faded away as the first light of dawn touched the window. I spent the next day in a coffee shop, unable to be in the house. I knew I should leave, pack up, and go, but the truth was I had less than $200 in my bank account and nowhere else to turn. Mrs. Cheney was right. I needed time to save money to get back on my feet, and as terrifying as a house was, it hadn't actually hurt me. It was all just phenomena, just manifestations of whatever was trapped in that place. That night, I tried to stay awake, but exhaustion won out around 1 a.m. I woke to the sound of footsteps, but they weren't coming from upstairs this time. They were coming from the hallway outside my door. Step, step, step. Slow and measured. They stopped right outside my room. I stared at the door, watching the gap at the bottom, and saw a shadow move across it, blocking out the faint light from the hallway. The doorknob began to turn, slowly, the old brass creaking. I'd locked the door. I always locked the door. But the lock was just a simple push button on the knob, and I watched in horror as it slowly turned clockwise until it clicked open. The door began to swing inward, inch by inch, revealing the dark hallway beyond. Nothing was there. The hallway was empty. But the doorknob continued to turn, and the door continued to open, and I knew with absolute certainty that something was coming into my room. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, shining it at the doorway. The door stopped moving. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then I heard breathing, slow, raspy breathing that definitely wasn't mine. It was coming from the doorway, from the empty space where nothing visible stood. "Get out," I whispered, my voice shaking. "This is my room. Get out." The breathing stopped. The door slammed shut so hard that the whole frame shook, and I heard the lock click back into place. Then the footsteps resumed, receding down the hallway, down the stairs, until they faded into silence. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. When morning came, I found scratches on the outside of my door, the same deep gouges that were on the inside, as if something had been trying to claw its way in after I'd told it to leave. Mrs. Cheney's words echoed in my head. "The house can't hurt you if you don't give it permission." I had told it to get out. I had engaged with it, and now it knew I could see it, hear it, sense it. The activity became more aggressive after that. Objects didn't just move anymore. They flew across rooms. I'd be sitting on my bed, and a book would sail past my head and hit the wall. The dresser drawers would slam open and shut on their own. The scratching in the walls became constant, no longer confined to nighttime. I'd hear it during the day surrounding me, like dozens of hands clawing at the plaster from the inside. The apparitions became more frequent, too. I'd see the woman in the gray dress in different parts of the house, always with her back to me, always clawing at walls or doors. Sometimes I'd see children, too, fleeting shadows that darted around corners, accompanied by the sound of footsteps too light to be adult. Once, I saw a tall figure in a dark coat standing at the end of the hallway watching me. When I blinked, he was gone. I tried to follow Mrs. Cheney's rules. I didn't go into the basement. The nailed-shut door made that impossible anyway. I didn't go up to the third floor, even though the pacing continued every night, even though I was desperately curious about the tower room. I tried not to engage, tried to ignore the phenomena, but it was getting harder and harder. A month in, I got a job at a grocery store stocking shelves on the night shift. It meant being away from the house from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., which should have been a relief, but instead it filled me with dread. The house didn't like being empty. I'd come home in the morning to find furniture moved, pictures pulled off walls, my belongings scattered across every room like someone had been searching for something. One morning, I came home to find that every mirror in the house had been shattered. The bathroom mirror, the mirror in my room, even the decorative mirrors in the hallway, all broken, their glass scattered across the floor. But when I looked closer, I realized the glass had been arranged. It formed words, the fragments carefully placed to spell out, "Get out." I called Mrs. Cheney and told her I was leaving. "You can't," she said simply. "You signed a lease." There was no lease. This was an informal arrangement. "You agreed to stay until spring. We have a verbal contract." "I don't care about contracts. This place is dangerous." "It's only dangerous if you make it dangerous. You're not following the rules." "I am following the rules." "Then why is the activity increasing?" Her voice was cold now. "You must be doing something to provoke it, going where you shouldn't go, engaging when you shouldn't engage." "I haven't done anything." "Then you have nothing to worry about. Clean up the glass and continue as you were. You have nowhere else to go." She was right, and we both knew it. I hung up and spent the next hour cleaning up broken glass, trying not to look at my fractured reflection in the fragments. That night at work, I couldn't stop thinking about the house, about Mrs. Cheney's insistence that I was provoking the activity, about the tower room in the basement, the two places I was forbidden to go. What was in those rooms? What was she hiding? When I got home at dawn, I stood in the foyer and looked up the staircase. The door to the third floor was at the top of the stairs, and I'd never tried to open it. Mrs. Cheney said it led to the tower room, said it was structurally unsound, but what if that was a lie? What if the answer to everything was up there? I climbed the stairs slowly, my heart pounding. The house was quiet around me, but it felt like it was listening, waiting to see what I would do. When I reached the third floor door, I found it locked. Not with a modern lock, but with an old padlock that looked like it had been there for decades. I went back downstairs and searched the kitchen drawers until I found a hammer. Then I returned to the third floor door and broke the padlock with 3 hard strikes. The sound echoed through the house like a gunshot, and for a moment everything went absolutely still. Then the temperature dropped so suddenly that I could see my breath. The lights flickered, and from somewhere deep in the house I heard a sound like a long, slow exhale. I pushed the door open. The staircase beyond was narrow and steep, disappearing up into darkness. The smell that wafted down was overwhelming, rot and copper, and something acrid that made my eyes water. Every instinct I had screamed at me to turn around, to close the door, to leave this place and never come back. But I needed to know. I needed to understand what I was living with. I turned on my phone flashlight and climbed the stairs. The tower room was smaller than I expected, circular with windows on all sides, but the windows had been painted over from the inside with something dark and thick, blocking out all natural light. My flashlight beam swept across the space, and I wished immediately that I'd listened to my instincts and stayed downstairs. The room was full of old medical equipment, an examination table, cabinets full of rusted instruments, jars containing things I didn't want to look at too closely. The walls were covered in writing, thousands of words scratched directly into the plaster, observations, dates, descriptions of procedures, Dr. Fairfax's research notes, preserved for more than a century. But it was the corner of the room that made my stomach turn. There were shackles bolted to the wall, and below them old dark stains on the floor, and covering every surface were scratches, deep gouges in the wood and plaster, layer upon layer of them, as if someone had spent hours, days, years trying to claw their way out. I heard the breathing again right behind me. I spun around, but nothing was there. The breathing grew louder, coming from all around me now, and underneath it I could hear whispers, dozens of voices all speaking at once in words I couldn't quite make out. The air in the room began to shimmer, and I saw them. Not one ghost, not two, but dozens. They appeared like photographs developing, growing more solid by the second. Men, women, children, all of them bearing the marks of violence, of suffering. They stared at me with hollow eyes, and I understood with sudden, terrible clarity that these weren't the Fairfax family. These were Dr. Fairfax's victims, the people he'd brought to this room, the ones whose deaths had gone uninvestigated and unrecorded. They moved toward me as one, their mouths opening in silent screams, their hands reaching out. I stumbled backward, dropping my phone, plunging the room into darkness except for the ghostly light emanating from the apparitions themselves. I felt cold hands grabbing at me, pulling at my clothes, my hair, my skin. The whispers grew into a deafening roar, and I could finally make out what they were saying. Join us. Stay. Don't leave us alone. Join us. I screamed and ran, shoving through the mass of bodies that felt both solid and insubstantial at the same time. I threw myself down the stairs, tripping and stumbling, feeling those cold hands still grasping at me. I made it to the second floor and slammed the door behind me, but I could hear them on the other side, scratching, moaning, trying to get through. I ran to my room and grabbed my bags, throwing in anything I could reach. I didn't care about leaving things behind. I didn't care about having nowhere to go. I had to get out of this house before it killed me, or worse, before it made me one of those tortured spirits trapped forever in this place. I was halfway down the stairs to the first floor when the lights went out, all of them simultaneously, plunging the house into absolute darkness. I froze, clutching the railing, my bags heavy on my shoulder. In the darkness, I could hear movement all around me, footsteps, breathing, the rustle of fabric, the scrape of fingernails on wood. A voice spoke in the darkness, clearer than all the others. It was a man's voice, cold and clinical. "You shouldn't have opened that door. They've been waiting so long for someone to set them free." A light appeared at the top of the stairs. Not electric light, but a soft, ghostly glow. In it, I could see the figure from the hallway, the tall man in the dark coat. His face was partially obscured, but I could make out enough to see that he was smiling. "You've given them permission now," he said. "By opening that door, by acknowledging their existence, you've given them a way out. They'll follow you wherever you go now, unless—" "Unless what?" I asked, hating how my voice shook. "Unless you take their place. Stay here. Become the new keeper of this house. Let them move on while you remain." "You're insane." "I'm practical. Someone must stay. The house requires it. If you leave, they'll follow you, and the violence that happened in this place will follow them. They're angry, you see. They've been trapped here for so long, and now they have a chance to be free. But they don't understand freedom anymore. They only understand pain and rage. Wherever they go, suffering will follow." The ghostly light began to descend the stairs toward me, and with it came all the others. The victims from the tower room, the woman in gray, the children, all of them moving as one mass of translucent figures. They flowed down the stairs like water, surrounding me, their hands reaching out. I did the only thing I could think of. I ran for a front door, burst through it, and didn't stop running until I reached my car. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. But I managed, and I sped away from that house like all the demons of hell were chasing me. Maybe they were. That was 3 months ago. I've been living in my car again, moving from place to place, never staying anywhere longer than a few nights. 'Cause Dr. Fairfax was right about one thing. They did follow me. I see them in reflections now, in store windows, in bathroom mirrors, in the surface of my coffee. The woman in gray is always there, still clawing at nothing. The children dart between cars and parking lots. And sometimes, late at night, I hear the pacing. Step, 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 moving across the roof of my car, up and down, never stopping. I went to a priest. He tried to perform a blessing, but the temperature in his church dropped so suddenly that frost formed on the windows, and the statue of Mary began to weep. He asked me to leave. I tried sage, salt circles, every folk remedy and internet solution I could find. Nothing works. They're attached to me now, bound to me by that moment when I opened the door and saw them, when I acknowledged their existence and gave them a way out of that room. Sometimes I think about going back to the house, about accepting Dr. Fairfax's offer, taking their place so they can finally move on, but I'm too much of a coward for that. So instead, I keep driving, keep moving, trying to stay ahead of the growing crowd of spirits that follows me everywhere I go. I haven't slept in weeks. Every time I close my eyes, I'm back in that tower room, surrounded by the marks of suffering, and I can hear their voices. Join us. Stay. Don't leave us alone. Last night, I saw something new in my rearview mirror. It was Dr. Fairfax, sitting in my back seat, watching me with that same cold smile. "You can't run forever," he said. "Eventually, you'll have to make a choice. Come back to the house, or let them turn wherever you are into the same kind of hell. The suffering has to go somewhere. It always does." I'm writing this from a rest stop somewhere in Nevada. I've been driving for 3 days straight, trying to get as far from Kansas as possible, but I know it won't matter. Distance means nothing to them. They're not bound by geography or physics. They're bound to me. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know if there's any way to fix this, to break whatever connection I forged when I opened that door. All I know is that I should have listened to Mrs. Cheney. I should have followed the rules, and I should never, ever have been desperate enough to rent a room at 1847 Millbrook Road. If you're reading this and you ever see an ad for cheap rent in an old house, if someone tells you to stay out of certain rooms, if something feels wrong from the very beginning, trust that feeling. Leave, because some places are haunted for a reason, and some doors are locked for a reason, and once you open them, there's no going back. The sun is setting now, and I can see them gathering in the lengthening shadows around my car, more of them each day, their numbers growing as word spreads among the dead that someone finally opened the door. Soon there will be too many to count, and I don't know what will happen when they reach critical mass. I'm so tired. Maybe tonight I'll stop fighting. Maybe tonight I'll just close my eyes and let them in. At least then it would be over. Or maybe I'll start the car again and keep driving, keep running, keep hoping that somewhere out there is a solution I haven't found yet. Keep hoping that this isn't how my story ends, alone in a car, surrounded by the angry dead, paying the price for one moment of curiosity in a house that should have been left alone. The woman in gray is standing right outside my window now, her palm pressed against the glass. She's not clawing anymore. She's just watching me, waiting. They're all waiting. I should have stayed in my car that first night. I should have driven away the moment I saw that house at the end of Millbrook Road. But I was desperate, and desperation makes you do stupid things. Now I'm paying for it. Now we're all paying for it. If you ever find yourself in Kansas and you see a woman living out of her car surrounded by shadows that don't quite match the light, that's me. Don't approach. Don't offer help. Just keep driving. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I bought a used GPS for my road trip. It keeps trying to lead me to a town that doesn't exist on any map. I drive for a living, not Uber, not Lyft. I'm a courier. I transport sensitive documents, medical samples, sometimes high-value prototypes between labs. It pays well because it requires discretion and speed. I drive a nondescript van with a reinforced chassis and a secure lockbox welded to the floor. My reliable Garmin died somewhere outside of Omaha. The screen just scrambled and went black. I was on a tight deadline, a box of tissue samples going to a research facility in Nevada, and I didn't have time to wait for shipping on a new unit. I stopped at a pawn shop in a dusty town off I-80. The place smelled of stale cigarettes and desperation. Need a GPS, I told the guy behind the counter, a man with grease under his fingernails and a wandering eye. He rummaged in a box under the counter and pulled out a unit I didn't recognize. It was heavy, encased in black rubber with no brand logo. The screen was scratched, but it powered on. $50, he grunted. Does it have updated maps? It gets you where you're going, he said with a grin that showed too much gum. I bought it. I plugged it into the van's dash. It booted up instantly. The interface was weird, minimalist, black background, green lines, no points of interest, no gas stations, just the road. I punched in the coordinates for the facility in Nevada, calculating route. It spun for a second, then displayed a route. Destination, Elysian Fields, NV via RT Siskiyou 6, Old Hawaii. Elysian Fields? I muttered. The facility was in Reno. I tried to re-enter the address. Override. The GPS voice was male. It sounded synthesized but old, like the computer voice from war games. Optimal route selected. Avoid interstate. Interstate compromised. Compromised? I looked at the highway. Traffic was flowing fine, but I was tired, and the old Hawaii route looked shorter on the screen. It cut diagonally across a massive stretch of desert that my phone map showed as empty BLM land. I figured, why not? I'm getting paid for speed. I took the exit. The first hour was fine. The road was paved, though cracked. The sun was setting, painting the desert in deep reds and purples. Then the sun went down, and the road changed. The pavement ended abruptly, turning into hard-packed gravel. I slowed down. GPS, I said. I talk to myself when I drive. Recalculate. Is this a road? Continue straight. 40 miles to Elysian Fields. I checked my phone. No signal, of course. I kept driving. The headlights cut through the pitch black. At mile marker 20, I saw the first hitchhiker. He was standing on the side of the road. He was wearing a suit. A nice suit, like something from the 1950s. Fedora, trench coat. He had his thumb out. I didn't stop. Company policy. Plus, it was the middle of the desert. As I passed him, the GPS spoke. Do not pick up the passengers. No kidding, I said. I looked in the rearview mirror. The man wasn't there. 5 miles later, another hitchhiker. This one was a woman. She was wearing a wedding dress. It was tattered, brown with dust. She was holding a bouquet of dead sagebrush. Thumb out. I swerved to give her space. As I passed, she turned her head. Her headlights caught her face. It was wrong. Her features were slid to the side. Her mouth was on her cheek. Her eyes were vertical. I slammed on the gas. Passenger detected in rear cargo area. The GPS voice was calm. I froze. I stared at the unit. What? Weight sensor triggered. Do not turn around. My van has a partition between the cab and the cargo area. It has a small sliding window. The window was closed. I heard a sound from the back. Scritch, scritch, like fingernails on metal. It's just the samples shifting, I told myself. It's a bumpy road. Turn left in 500 feet. I looked ahead. There was no left turn, just scrub brush and rocks. There's no road, I yelled. Turn left now. I ignored it. I kept going straight. The GPS screen flashed red. Rerouting, rerouting. You missed the turn. The van's engine sputtered. The headlights flickered. Then the engine died. I rolled to a stop in the silence of the desert. Great. Fantastic. I tried the key. Nothing. Dead battery. You have arrived. The GPS screen was glowing bright green in the dark cab. I looked out the window. I wasn't in the desert anymore. I was in a town. It had appeared out of nowhere. Or maybe I had rolled into it without noticing because the lights were off. But there were no street lights. The illumination came from the windows of the houses. The houses were suburban. 1950s-style ranch houses, perfectly manicured lawns, white picket fences. But everything was gray. The grass was gray. The paint was gray. The light coming from the windows was the color of television static. And standing on every lawn facing the street were people. They were mannequins, hundreds of them, dressed in 1950s clothes, freezing in mid-wave, mid-stride, mid-laugh. I locked the doors. GPS, I whispered. Where am I? Population, 0. Occupancy, full. The sound from the back of the van got louder. Thump! Something hit the partition wall. I looked in the rearview mirror. Through the small glass window of the partition, I saw movement in the cargo hold. The lock box, the heavy steel box welded to the floor, was open. I had the only key on my ring. Something was climbing out of the box. It was small, red, wet. It looked like a skinned rabbit, but it had too many limbs. It crawled up the partition window. It pressed its wet, raw face against the glass. It didn't have eyes. It had the GPS symbol, the location pin, carved into its flesh. "Open the partition," the GPS voice said. "No!" "They want to see the driver." Outside, the mannequin started to move. It wasn't fluid motion. It was stop motion. They clicked forward 1 frame at a time. Click, closer, click, closer. They were swarming the van. I grabbed the tire iron from under my seat. The rabbit thing in the back began to scream. It sounded like a dial-up modem connecting. The mannequins reached the van. They didn't hit the glass. They just pressed their plastic faces against it. And then they started to melt. They dissolved into gray sludge that coated the windows, blocking out the static light. I was in total darkness. "Turn right." "There is no right," I screamed. "Turn right, into the void." The partition glass behind me shattered. I didn't wait. I opened the driver's door and fell out into the gray sludge. It was cold. It burned my skin like dry ice. I scrambled to my feet. I couldn't see anything. I just ran. I ran through the gray streets of the fake town. I could hear the mannequins clicking behind me. I could hear the modem scream of the thing from the box. I saw a light ahead, a real light, yellow, warm. It was a gas station. And old Texaco. But standing under the pump was the hitchhiker in the suit. The first one I passed. He tipped his fedora. "You're late," he said. His voice was the GPS voice. "Help me." "You can't help those who go off route," he said. "Elysian Fields is a destination, not a location." He pointed to a phone booth on the corner. "Make your call, then join the census." I ran into the phone booth. I slammed the door. I picked up the receiver. There was a dial tone. I dialed 911. 911, what is your emergency? I'm in a town. It's not on the map. There are things here. Sir, calm down. What is your location? I don't know. The GPS brought me here. Sir, the operator's voice changed. It became the GPS voice. Turn around. I turned around. The phone booth was filled with the gray sludge. It was rising up to my knees, my waist, and floating in the sludge were faces. My face, dozens of copies of my face. Some were screaming, some were sleeping, some were rotting. I dropped the phone. I'm standing on the little shelf in the booth now. The sludge is at my neck. I have my phone. I'm typing this to the cloud. The GPS unit, I can see it through the sludge. It floated out of the van. The screen is flashing, recalculating. New destination found. Hell. The sludge is in my mouth. It tastes like copper and ozone. The hitchhiker is knocking on the glass. He's holding a map. He's unfolding it. It's a map of my body. He's pointing to my heart. You are here. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The Night Courier. I am writing this on a burner phone I bought at a gas station in New Mexico. I have taped over the camera lenses with electrical tape. I have removed the SIM card 3 times in the last hour just to be sure. My hands are shaking so badly that autocorrect is the only reason this is legible. I don't know who will read this. I don't know if it matters. But I have to leave a record. If you live in the Midwest, specifically along the I-80 corridor, and you see an ad for a private courier night shift offering $2,000 a week for delivering medical supplies, scroll past it. Burn your computer. Throw your phone in a river. Do not call the number. I was living in my van in a Walmart parking lot in Iowa. I had lost my job at a distribution center because of restructuring, which is corporate speak for we found a robot that works cheaper than you. I was down to my last tank of gas and a bag of stale pretzels. I needed money fast. I found the flyer taped to a lamp post near the store entrance. It was simple, black text on yellow paper. Courier wanted. Nights only. High pay. Discretion required. Call Mr. Vance. I called. A man answered on the second ring. His voice was smooth, calm, like a late-night radio DJ. "Can you drive a manual transmission?" he asked. "Yes," I lied. I could learn. "Are you comfortable with long distances in the dark?" "Yes." "Can you follow instructions without asking questions?" "For $2,000 a week? I'll drive blindfolded." He chuckled. It was a dry sound. "Meet me at the rest stop off exit 240 at midnight. Look for the black sedan." I showed up. The rest stop was deserted, bathed in flickering orange sodium lights. A black Lincoln Town car was idling near the restrooms. The windows were tinted so dark they looked painted. I knocked on the glass. It rolled down. Mr. Vance was older than he sounded. He wore a crisp suit and sunglasses, even though it was midnight. He didn't look at me. He looked straight ahead at the highway. "The job is simple," he said, handing me a heavy envelope and a set of keys. "Take the white van parked around the back. In the back of the van, there is a cooler. Do not open the cooler. Do not adjust the temperature settings. Deliver it to the address inside this envelope. You have exactly 6 hours. If you are late, do not deliver it. Just leave the van and walk away. We will find it." "What's in the cooler?" I asked. "Medical samples," he said. "Very sensitive, very expensive, and very volatile." He handed me $500 cash. "For gas and food. You get the rest upon delivery." I walked around the building. There was a white Ford Transit van. It looked normal, except the windows were painted over with white paint from the inside. I unlocked it and got in. It smelled of bleach and ozone. The cooler was in the back. It was a heavy industrial metal box bolted to the floor. It had a digital display on the lid. 30 at the Craft. It hummed loudly. I opened the envelope. The address was a farmhouse in Nebraska, 400 miles away. I started driving. The first 2 hours were fine. Just me, the road, and the hum of the cooler. The hum was annoying, a low-frequency vibration that rattled my teeth. Vroom, thump! Vroom, thump! Around 2 a.m., I was in the middle of nowhere. Cornfields stretched out on both sides of the highway, endless walls of black stalks. That's when the cooler started making noise. Thump! It sounded like something heavy hit the inside of the lid. I checked the rear-view mirror. The cooler was vibrating. Thump, thump. "It's just the compressor," I told myself. "Old fridge unit." Then a voice came from the back of the van. "Let me out." I slammed on the brakes. The van skidded to a halt on the shoulder. I turned around, heart pounding. "Hello?" Silence. Just the hum of the cooler. I waited a minute. Nothing. "Sleep deprivation," I muttered. "Too much coffee." I merged back onto the highway. 10 minutes later, it happened again. "It's cold in here." It was a child's voice, a little girl. I swerved, almost hitting a guardrail. I pulled over again. I grabbed the tire iron from under the seat. I crawled into the back of the van. The cooler sat there, innocent and cold. "Is someone in there?" I yelled. No answer. I put my ear against the metal lid. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Fingernails on metal. Frantic scratching. "Please, mister," the girl's voice whispered, muffled by the insulation. "I can't feel my fingers. Let me out." My stomach dropped. Medical samples, my ass. I was trafficking a kid. I was a monster. I grabbed the latch on the cooler. I had to open it. I had to save her. But then I remembered Vance's words. Do not open the cooler. And very volatile. What if it wasn't a kid? What if it was a recording? A trick? I looked at the digital display, 30 ideograph. If there was a kid in there, she was freezing to death. I made a decision. I popped the latch. The lid hissed. As the seal broke, cold air rushed out, smelling of formaldehyde and copper. I threw the lid open. The cooler was empty. Well, not empty. There was a small glass vial in the center, sitting in a foam cutout. Inside the vial was a dark purple liquid that swirled on its own. But there was no girl, no source of the scratching. I stared at it. I touched the inside walls. Solid metal. Then the liquid in the vial stopped swirling. It pressed against the glass, forming a tiny face, a screaming face. And the voice came from the vial. "You let the cold out." The voice wasn't a little girl anymore. It was deep, demonic, vibrating in my skull. I slammed the lid shut and latched it. My hands were shaking. I climbed back into the driver's seat. "Just deliver the package," I chanted. "Just deliver the package." I drove faster, 90 km/h. But now the van wasn't alone. I looked in the side mirror. A car was following me, a black sedan, no lights. I sped up. It sped up. I took an exit onto a dirt road, trying to lose it. The sedan followed, its tires crunching on the gravel. I was miles from the drop-off. The cornfields were closing in. Suddenly the cooler started screaming. Not a voice. A high-pitched electronic shriek that pierced my eardrums. The display on the lid was flashing red. Containment breach. Temperature rising. 40 degree, 45 degree, 50 degree. The heat coming off the cooler was intense. It was heating up from the inside. "Burn!" the voice screamed from the back. "Burn it all!" The black sedan rammed the back of the van. Crash! I lost control. The van spun out, sliding into a ditch. The engine died. Silence. I sat there, dazed. My head hit the steering wheel. Blood trickled into my eye. I saw headlights approaching. The sedan stopped at the top of the ditch. Doors opened. 2 men in suits got out. They wore gas masks. They walked down the slope toward the van. I grabbed the tire iron. I wasn't going down without a fight. But they didn't come for me. They went to the back doors. They ripped them open. One of them pulled a device out, a flamethrower. "Wait!" I screamed. "I'm in here." They ignored me. The man with the flamethrower aimed it at the cooler. Whoosh! A jet of fire engulfed the back of the van. I scrambled out the driver's side door, crawling into the cornfield. The heat was searing. The van exploded. Boom! I covered my head as metal debris rained down. I peeked through the corn stalks. The cooler was glowing red-hot in the wreckage. But it wasn't melting. It was opening. The lid flew off, and something rose out of the fire. It wasn't a liquid anymore. It was a cloud, a purple, swirling cloud of smoke that took the shape of a man, a giant, towering man made of shadow and gas. The men in suits didn't run. They stood there calm. One of them pulled out a specialized vacuum device, like a Ghostbusters pack. They turned it on. A vortex of suction pulled at the smoke creature. The creature roared. It was a sound that broke the windows of the sedan. I am eternal! The vacuum sucked it in. Slowly, inch by inch, the purple smoke was dragged into the containment unit. Once it was gone, the men clamped the unit shut. They looked at the burning van. "Driver's gone," one said. His voice was muffled by the mask. "Doesn't matter," the other said. "He was contamination. The breach is contained." They walked back to their car and drove away. I waited in the cornfield for an hour. I waited until the fire died down. Then I walked. I walked for 10 miles to the nearest town. I bought this phone. I rented a motel room. I thought it was over. I thought I was just a witness to some secret government cleanup. But this morning I woke up. I went to the bathroom to wash my face. I looked in the mirror. My eyes. My irises aren't brown anymore. They are purple, swirling dark purple. And when I speak, there is an echo. A second voice underneath mine, a little girl's voice. "We are safe now," it whispers when I talk. "We are warm." I didn't just open the cooler, I breathed it in. When the seal broke, when the air rushed out, I inhaled it. I am the container now, and I can feel it changing me. My skin is getting hard, cold, my blood feels thick, and I have an urge, a terrible, overwhelming urge. I want to go to the city. I want to go to a crowded place, a mall, a stadium, and I want to scream. I want to open my mouth and let it all out. I am fighting it. I am driving into the desert. I am going where there are no people. But the voice is getting louder. "Share us," it says. "Share the gift. If you see me, if you see a man with purple eyes driving a stolen car, run. Don't let me speak. Because I think if I scream, the world ends." And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The Holloway House Tenant. The ad was too good to be true. Charming fixer-upper room available immediately. Very low rent. Utilities included. Serious inquiries only. Cash preferred. Below it, a grainy photo showed a 2-story Victorian house, paint peeling like sunburnt skin, but with a certain skeletal dignity. It was the very low rent that hooked me. After losing my job at the graphic design firm and burning through my meager savings on a leaky studio apartment downtown, desperation had eroded my common sense. The landlord, a gaunt man named Mr. Armitage, who smelled faintly of mothballs and damp earth, showed me the place on a Tuesday afternoon thick with the promise of rain. He didn't offer a lease, just a handshake and a key taped to a crumpled receipt for $150 cash. "Rules are simple," he'd rasped, his eyes avoiding mine as he jingled a heavy ring of keys. "You stay in your room, the front left on the second floor. Kitchen shared, but you'll likely have it to yourself. The rest of the house, well, it's not safe. Floors are rotten in places. Stairs to the third floor are completely shot. Don't go poking around. Place has history, bad history. But the room's sound, dry. You'll be fine." He'd paused at the base of the stairs, his shadow stretching long and distorted in the weak light filtering through the grimy front window. "Just keep to yourself. And if you hear things, well, old houses settle. Pipes groan, rats scratch, pay it no mind." He'd vanished into the street fog before I could ask what kind of bad history a house could have. Moving in that evening felt like stepping into a sepia photograph. The air inside was cold, thick, and carried the pervasive scent of mildew, dry rot, and something else, a faint metallic tang like old pennies left in a damp drawer. Dust motes danced in the beams of my phone flashlight as I dragged my single suitcase up the narrow creaking staircase. The banister was loose in places, groaning under my grip. My room was exactly as shown in the blurry photo, a small space dominated by a brass bed frame with a thin, lumpy mattress, faded floral wallpaper curled away from the damp plaster walls in long, sad ribbons. A single, bare bulb hung from the ceiling, casting harsh shadows that made the corners seem deeper, darker. The window, covered by threadbare velvet curtains, looked out onto a tangled, overgrown backyard choked with skeletal bushes and the hulking silhouette of a dead oak tree. The only other furniture was a wobbly wooden chair and a small dresser missing one drawer pull. It was bleak. It was cheap. It was mine. The first night was a symphony of unfamiliar sounds. The old house creaked and popped like cooling slag as the temperature dropped outside. The wind, picking up as the promised rain began to patter against the window pane, whistled faintly through unseen gaps around the window frame. I lay rigid on the mattress, the thin blanket pulled up to my chin, listening. There were scuttling noises inside the walls. Mice, I told myself firmly, just mice. The radiator beneath the window, though cold to the touch, emitted a low, rhythmic clanking, like distant, slow footsteps pacing a hallway. Thump! Clank! Thump! Clank! It was unnerving, but explicable. Old pipes. Settle in wood. I replayed Mr. Armitage's words. Old houses settle. Pipes groan. Rats scratch. I repeated it like a mantra until exhaustion finally dragged me into a fitful sleep, punctuated by dreams of falling through rotten floorboards. The next day, the silence was almost worse. The house felt watchful. Sunlight struggled through the grimy window, illuminating dust swirling in the still air. I ventured downstairs to use the kitchen, a cramped, outdated space with cracked linoleum and a sink stained rust brown. The silence there was profound, broken only by the drip of a leaky faucet. I made tea on a small hot plate I'd brought, the hiss of the burner unnaturally loud. As I sipped, I noticed something on the floor near the back door, a single muddy footprint. It was large, booted, and definitely not mine. My sneakers were clean. I stared at it, a cold prickle starting at the base of my spine. Mr. Armitage lived miles away, he'd said. Who else had keys? I checked the deadbolt on the back door. It was firmly locked from the inside. The front door, when I peered down the hall, was also locked. I scrubbed the footprint away with a rag, my hands trembling slightly. It was already here when I arrived. Armitage must have tracked it in yesterday. The explanation felt flimsy, but it was all I had. That afternoon, trying to make the room feel less like a tomb, I unpacked my few books and placed them on the dresser. I also set out a small framed photo of my parents on the window sill. Later, after a trip to the corner store for groceries, I found the photo lying face down on the floor. I was certain I'd left it upright. I righted it, my mouth dry. Draft? I checked the window. It was latched shut. The heavy velvet curtains hung perfectly still. I spent the rest of the day exploring the immediate vicinity of the house, trying to shake the unease. The neighborhood was quiet, mostly older homes in varying states of repair. An elderly woman tending roses next door eyed me cautiously when I waved. "You're the new tenant at the Holloway place?" she asked, her voice raspy. I nodded. "Be careful in there, dear," she said, lowering her voice. "That house, it doesn't like strangers. Bad things happened there, long time ago, but the air never cleared." Before I could ask what she meant, she'd retreated inside her own immaculate cottage, closing the door firmly. Night 2 began like the first, but the sounds were different. The settling groans were fewer. Instead, a new sound emerged from the hallway outside my locked room. A slow, deliberate dragging. Like something heavy being pulled across the bare wooden floorboards. Scrape, pause. Scrape, pause. It started near the top of the stairs and moved slowly down the hall towards my door. My heart hammered against my ribs. I held my breath, straining to hear over the blood rushing in my ears. The dragging stopped right outside my door. Silence. Thick, heavy silence. Then a soft, rhythmic tapping on the wood just below the knob. Not knocking, tapping. Tap, 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 tap. Like fingernails or claws. I squeezed my eyes shut, pulling the blanket over my head, trembling. It's the wind in the eaves, its branches on the window. But the window was silent. The tapping continued for a full minute before stopping abruptly. The dragging sound resumed, moving slowly back down the hall and down the stairs. I didn't sleep. I sat hunched on the edge of the bed, back pressed against the cold wall, a kitchen knife clutched in my sweaty hand, staring at the door until the gray light of dawn seeped around the curtains. Day 3 was a blur of exhaustion and heightened paranoia. I called Mr. Armitage repeatedly. No answer. His number just rang and rang, clicking over to a static-filled voicemail. I considered packing and leaving, but the thought of where I'd go, a shelter maybe, or sleeping in my ancient Honda Civic, paralyzed me. $150 a month was impossible to find anywhere else in this city. I rationalized the sounds. Old houses were noisy. Footprints could be from previous tenants or Armitage himself. The photo falling, a draft I couldn't feel, the dragging and tapping, pipes, wind, imagination fueled by the old woman's warning. I needed proof it was just my fraying nerves. That afternoon, I did something stupid. I went downstairs and rummaged in the kitchen junk drawer till I found a stub of pencil and a torn piece of brown paper bag. I wedged the paper tightly under my bedroom door, the pencil balanced precariously on top of it like a crude alarm. If the door opened even a fraction, the pencil would fall, waking me. A child's trick, but it was all I had. The night was still, no dragging, no tapping, just the familiar creaks and the persistent drip, drip, drip from the kitchen faucet I hadn't been able to fully silence. I almost relaxed. Almost. Then, around 3 a.m., the dripping stopped. The sudden silence was louder than the noise. I lay frozen, listening. A new sound began. From the inside of my room. A soft, wet, slithering sound, like something heavy and moist being pulled slowly across the floorboards. It came from the direction of the closet. A small, shallow space with no door, just a curtain of cobwebs. The slithering stopped near the foot of my bed. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My eyes strained in the near total darkness. Then a sound that froze the blood in my veins. A low, guttural whisper, so close it seemed to brush against my ear. It wasn't words, not exactly. It was a wet, bubbling exhalation that shaped syllables with a wet, rattling tongue. Stay. It lingered on the word, thick with a hunger that had nothing to do with food. Warm. Another wet pause. Shh. Warm. The slithering sound resumed, moving slowly around the side of the bed, towards the headboard, where I lay paralyzed. I felt the mattress dip slightly, as if an immense, unseen weight had settled on the edge near my pillow. The smell hit me then, the metallic tang from the hallway, now overwhelming, mixed with the reek of stagnant water and decay like something dredged from a deep, muddy river. It filled my nostrils, thick and cloying. A cold, damp pressure brushed against my ankle beneath the blanket. I choked back a sob, biting my lip until I tasted copper. The whisper came again, directly above me now, the breath hitting my cheek like a fetid breeze. "Don't go." It sighed, a sound of profound, possessive longing. Mine, now. The cold pressure slid up my calf. I squeezed my eyes shut, tears streaming down my temples into my hair. It's not real. It's a nightmare. Wake up, wake up. But the cold, wet touch was undeniably real on my skin. The smell choked me. The whisper vibrated in my bones. With a sob tearing from my throat, I lashed out blindly with the knife I still clutched, swinging it wildly toward the source of the breath. My arm met only empty air. The pressure vanished instantly. The smell dissipated as if a window had been thrown open. The slithering sound retreated rapidly back towards the closet, then faded into silence. I lay there shaking violently, the knife still raised, gasping for clean air. Dawn came slowly, gray and unwelcome. I didn't check the closet. I didn't move from the bed till the light was strong enough to banish the deepest shadows. The pencil alarm was still perfectly balanced on the paper wedge under my door, undisturbed. No one had come in. It was already here. I spent the day in a daze, jumping at every creak. I tried Mr. Armitage again, straight to voicemail. I went to the neighbor's house, pounding on the door. No answer. The little cottage was locked up tight, curtains drawn. Panic, cold and sharp, began to override my fear. I packed my suitcase frantically, throwing clothes in haphazardly. I had to leave now. As I zipped the bag, I noticed the framed photo of my parents on the windowsill. It was facing the wall again. I hadn't touched it. I snatched it up, stuffing it into my bag, my hand shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I grabbed my keys, the knife still clutched in my other hand, and fled the room. The hallway outside was dim, the only light coming from the grimy window at the end of the hall. The air was colder here, smelling faintly of dust, and that underlying metallic tang. I hurried towards the stairs, my suitcase banging against my leg. Halfway down the first flight, I stopped dead. At the bottom of the stairs, sitting on the bottom step, was a pair of muddy boots. Large work boots, crusted with dark, wet earth. They were arranged neatly, toes pointing towards the front door, as if someone had just taken them off. They hadn't been there yesterday, or this morning. My breath hitched. I looked up the stairs behind me. Nothing but shadowed gloom leading to the second floor. I looked down at the boots. The earth on them looked fresh, glistening slightly in the weak light. Where had they come from? Who were they for? The rational part of my brain screamed, "Run!" But a deeper, colder part, the part that had heard the wet whisper in the dark, rooted me to the spot. The house held its breath. The only sound was the faint, rhythmic drip, drip, drip from the kitchen faucet, echoing up the stairwell like a slow, steady heartbeat. I forced my legs to move, stepping carefully around the boots, my eyes never leaving them. I reached the bottom of the stairs. The front door was 10 feet away. Freedom. I could see the weak daylight through the beveled glass pane. I took another step, then another. My hand reached for the cold brass knob. As my fingers brushed the metal, a sound stopped me cold. Not from behind, not from above, from inside, the wall beside me. A slow, wet scratching. Not mice. Deliberate, methodical. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Like fingernails, long broken fingernails, dragging slowly down the inside of the plaster. It moved downwards parallel to my own descent, stopping just as my hand closed on the doorknob. Silence. Then a soft, wet thump against the other side of the wall panel, right at head height, as if something heavy had leaned against it, waiting, breathing. I yanked the door open, stumbling out onto the rickety porch, suitcase banging against my shin. I didn't look back. I ran down the overgrown path to the street, gravel crunching under my sneakers, the knife still gripped white-knuckled in my hand. I didn't stop running until I reached the bright, noisy intersection 3 blocks away, gasping for air under the harsh glare of a streetlight. I called a cab from a bodega, my voice trembling, as I gave the driver an address for a 24-hour diner downtown. As the cab pulled away, I looked back at the Holloway house. It stood dark and silent against the twilight sky, its windows like empty, watching eyes. On the second floor, in the window of my room, the heavy velvet curtains were slightly parted, just a fraction, as if someone or something had been standing there, watching me flee. The cab turned a corner, and the house vanished from view. I sat back, trembling, the cheap plastic seat cold beneath me. I was safe, for now. But as the city lights blurred past the window, the wet, bubbling whisper echoed in the hollow silence of the cab. Mine, now. I clutched the knife tighter, the metal cold against my palm. The $150 rent was a bargain. The cost of staying was unthinkable. But as the cab carried me away, a single horrifying thought cut through the relief. I'd left the key on the kitchen counter, and something in that house knew where I lived. It knew my warmth. It knew I'd be back, because where else did I have to go? The whisper wasn't just in the dark anymore, it was inside my head. And the dragging sound, I could almost hear it again, faint but persistent, keeping time with the rhythmic thump of the cab's tires on the pavement. Scrape, pause, scrape, pause. Following me, always following. I'm not alone. I haven't been since I turned the key in that rusted lock. It's not just the house that's hollow, it's waiting, and it's patient. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I took a job as a night watchman at a remote hospice. The patients haven't moved in years, but their shadows do. The advertisement was taped to the window of a laundromat in a town that barely registered on Google Maps. It was a single sheet of yellowed paper, curled at the edges, written in the frantic, jagged loops of an old typewriter. Night caretaker, needed, St. Jude's Palliative Care Center. No medical experience required. $500 per night. Cash. $500 a night for a college dropout drowning in student loans and driving a Honda Civic that sounded like it was gargling gravel. That kind of money wasn't just appealing. It was a lifeline. I didn't question why the pay was so high for a job that required 0 skills. I didn't question why a hospice was hiring via a laundromat flyer. Desperation has a way of putting blinders on a man. I called the number. A woman answered on the first ring. Her voice sounded like dry leaves scraping over concrete. She didn't ask for my name, my references, or my background. She just asked if I could stay awake from sundown to sunup. When I said yes, she gave me an address and told me to be there by 8 p.m. sharp. The drive took 2 hours. I left the interstate and turned onto a state highway, then a county road, and finally a gravel track that wound its way up into the dense, suffocating pine forests of the Cascades. The trees were tall here, ancient things that blotted out the twilight, creating a tunnel of shadows that seemed to swallow my headlights. The deeper I drove, the heavier the air felt. My ears popped. The radio static grew louder until it drowned out the music, forcing me to drive in silence. St. Jude's wasn't a hospital. It was a manor house, a Victorian monstrosity of dark wood and stone perched on a cliff edge overlooking a valley of black mist. It had turrets and gables and windows that looked like heavy-lidded eyes. The ivy climbing the walls was dead, a brown, skeletal web choking the masonry. I parked my car in the gravel circle. The engine sputtered and died before I even turned the key. Silence rushed in to fill the void, a heavy ringing silence that felt pressurized. The front door opened before I reached the steps. A woman stood there. She was impossibly tall, wearing a stiff gray nurse's uniform that looked like it belonged in the 1950s. Her hair was pulled back into a bun so tight it pulled the skin of her face taut, giving her a permanent skull-like grin. "You're late," she said. Her lips didn't seem to move enough to form the words. "It's 7:58, I said, checking my watch. "Time flows differently at altitude," she replied cryptically. She stepped aside. "Come in. Do not let the heat out." I stepped into the foyer. The smell hit me instantly. It wasn't the smell of a hospital, no antiseptic or bleach. It smelled of lavender, heavy and cloying, masking something underneath. Something sweet and rotten, like spoiled meat, buried under a bouquet of flowers. The air was stiflingly hot. The radiator pipes running along the walls hissed and clanked rhythmically. "I am Matron Halloway," she said, locking the heavy oak door behind me. The sound of the deadbolt sliding home echoed like a gunshot. "You are here to watch the third floor, the west wing." "Just the third floor?" I asked. "The other floors are dormant," she said. She didn't elaborate. She handed me a heavy iron ring with 3 keys. "The brass key opens a stairwell. The silver key opens a supply closet. The black key—" "You must never use the black key. It is for the basement. There is nothing in the basement that concerns you. Do you understand?" "Yes," I lied. I was already curious. "Your duties are simple," she continued, leading me up a grand staircase where the carpet was worn threadbare in a distinct path up the center. "Walk the hall, check the doors, ensure the residents remain in their beds. If the boiler acts up, bleed the radiator in the hallway, not the rooms. And most importantly—" She stopped on the landing, turning to face me. Her eyes were a milky pale blue. "Do not speak to them. No matter what you hear, no matter what they say, do not engage." "They talk?" I asked. "I thought this was palliative care, end of life." "They dream," she whispered, "and their dreams are contagious." We reached the third floor. It was a long, narrow corridor lined with dark wood paneling. The floor was covered in a runner rug with a complex, dizzying geometric pattern. There were 12 doors, 6 on each side. "I will return at dawn," Matron Holloway said. "There is a thermos of coffee in the nurse's station. Do not sleep. If you sleep, you may not wake up as yourself." With that cheerful piece of advice, she turned and descended the stairs. I listened to her footsteps fade, click, 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 until the heavy door at the bottom of the stairwell slammed shut. I was alone. I went to the nurse's station, a small alcove halfway down the hall. It was dusty. The computer was an ancient CRT monitor that hummed with a high-pitched whine. On the desk was a ledger. I opened it. It was a logbook. The names of the patients were written in elegant script. Room 301, Mr. Blackwood. Room 302, Mrs. Gable. Room 303, the twins. Room 304, unknown. Unknown? How could a patient be unknown? I decided to do my first round. I needed to see what I was dealing with. I walked to room 301. The door was heavy oak, no window. I turned the handle slowly and peered inside. The room was lit only by the moonlight filtering through the heavy velvet drapes. In the center was a hospital bed. Lying in it was a figure. Mr. Blackwood was ancient. His skin was like parchment paper stretched over a bundle of twigs. He was impossibly thin. His mouth was open, a black cavern in his face. He wasn't connected to any machines, no heart monitor, no IV drip. He was perfectly still. I watched his chest. It didn't rise. It didn't fall. I stepped closer. "Mr. Blackwood?" I whispered, breaking the rule immediately. Nothing. I leaned in to check for breath. The air around him was freezing cold despite the stifling heat of the hallway. Then I saw his eyes. They were open, staring at the ceiling, but they weren't human eyes. They were flat, matte black like a shark's, and they were dry. I backed out of the room and shut the door. My heart was hammering. He looked dead. He looked like he had been dead for weeks. I checked room 302. Mrs. Gable. Same thing. Withered, motionless, no machines, staring at the ceiling with those dead black eyes. I went through every room. 12 rooms, 12 corpses, or things that looked like corpses. None of them breathed. None of them moved. I went back to the nurse's station and sat down. My hands were shaking. I poured a cup of coffee from the thermos. It was lukewarm and tasted bitter like ash. I looked at the time. 10:15 p.m., 8 hours to go. "It's just a storage facility," I muttered to myself, trying to rationalize it. They're dead, and the matron is just keeping them here until what? Funerals? At 11 p.m., the sounds started. It began as a scratching noise, like rats in the walls. I tried to ignore it. Old houses have rats. But then the scratching changed. It became rhythmic. Scritch, scritch, scritch. It was coming from the floorboards, directly beneath my feet. I moved my chair back. The scratching followed me. Then a thud, loud and wet, coming from room 306. I grabbed a heavy flashlight I'd brought from my car. I walked down the hall to room 306. The nameplate said, Captain Miller. I stood outside the door. Silence. Then another thud, like a side of beef being dropped on the floor. I threw the door open and shone the light inside. Captain Miller was in his bed. He hadn't moved. He was still staring at the ceiling with those shark eyes. But the bed had moved. When I checked earlier, the bed was in the center of the room. Now it was pushed up against the far wall under the window. I scanned the floor. There were drag marks in the dust. But they didn't lead to the bed. They led from the bed to the door, and then back again, as if he had gotten up, walked to the door to listen to me, and then scrambled back into bed when I approached. "I know you're awake," I said, my voice trembling. The corpse of Captain Miller didn't blink, but slowly the corners of his mouth twitched, a dry crackling sound like tearing paper. He smiled. It was a wide, impossible smile that revealed gums black with rot. I slammed the door and backed away. I locked it from the outside, using the master key on the ring. I retreated to the nurse's station. I pulled the ledger toward me. I needed to know who these people were. I flipped back through the pages. The dates went back. November 2023, October 2023, September 1994, August 1952, July 1921. I stopped. The handwriting was the same names. Mr. Blackwood, Mrs. Gable, Captain Miller. They had been checked in decades ago. These people weren't dying. They were persisting. At midnight, the temperature dropped. The radiator pipes groaned and fell silent. The oppressive heat vanished, replaced by a bone-deep chill that made my breath fog in the air, and the shadows detached. I was watching the hallway. The only light came from the small lamp on my desk. It cast long shadows from the door frames across the patterned rug. I watched as the shadow of room 304's doorframe stretched. It grew longer. It bent in the middle, forming a knee, then a torso, then a head. The shadow pulled itself free from the wood and stood up in the middle of the hallway. It was two-dimensional, a silhouette cut from the darkness, but it had presence. It blocked the view of the far end of the hall, then another shadow detached from room 308, and another from 310. They stood in the hallway, silent, faceless, turning their flat heads toward me. I froze. I remembered the matron's rule, do not speak to them. The shadow from room 304 began to glide toward me. It didn't walk. It slid across the floor like an oil slick. I scrambled backward, knocking over the coffee thermos. The brown liquid splashed onto the rug. The shadow paused at the spill. It crouched down. I watched in horror as it dipped a shadowy hand into the coffee. It brought the hand to where a mouth should be. It made a sound, a slurping, sucking sound. Then it spoke. "Bitter," the shadow whispered. The voice didn't come from the shadow itself. It came from the walls, vibrating the wood paneling. "We prefer sweet. We prefer vital." "What are you?" I whispered. "We are the guests," the shadow said. "The shells in the beds. They are just the heavy coats we wear during the day. The day is so bright. It burns. But the night is ours." It stood up and started moving toward me again. I ran. I grabbed the keys and sprinted for the stairwell. I shoved the brass key into the lock. It wouldn't turn. "Wrong key," the shadow whispered. It was right behind me now. I could feel the cold radiating off it. I fumbled with the ring. I tried the silver key. It didn't fit. The shadow's hand reached out. It touched my shoulder. It didn't feel like a hand. It felt like vacuum. It felt like the space where my shoulder existed was suddenly being deleted. Numbness spread down my arm instantly. I screamed and dropped the keys. "The black key," the shadow hissed. "Go down. The matron is waiting." I kicked the keys away and threw my shoulder against the door. It was solid oak. It didn't budge. The shadows were circling me now. 6 of them. They were featureless, but I could feel their hunger. "Why me?" I yelled. "Why am I here?" "The matron needs a new coat," the shadow of Captain Miller said. "Hers is wearing thin. Look." The shadow pointed to the nurse's station. I looked. Standing there was Matron Halloway. But she wasn't wearing her skin correctly. Her face was sagging, drooping off the bone like melting wax. One eye had slid down to her cheek. Her jaw was hanging loose. Underneath the sliding skin, I saw something dark and shifting, something made of smoke and teeth. "Shift change!" The matron's voice gurgled. I looked at the window at the end of the hall. It was a straight drop to the jagged rocks of the valley below. But it was better than this. I ran. I dodged through the circle of shadows. They swiped at me, their touches sending bolts of freezing numbness through my body. My left leg went dead, but I kept hopping. I threw myself at the window. I expected the glass to shatter. It didn't. I bounced off. The glass was soft. It felt like rubber. It bent outward, catching me like a net, and then snapped back, throwing me onto the rug. I looked up at the window. The glass rippled. It wasn't glass. It was a membrane, a clear biological film stretched over the frame. The house wasn't a house. I looked at the walls. The wood paneling was pulsing, breathing. The geometric pattern on the rug was writhing, shifting like snakes. "You are inside!" The matron gurgled, shambling toward me. She reached up and grabbed her own hair. She pulled. With a wet, tearing sound, she peeled her face off. Underneath, there was no skull, just a swirling vortex of black shadow. "We are all inside," she said. I crawled backward. My hand hit the keys I had dropped. The black key, the one she said never to use, the basement. If the stairwell door wouldn't open, maybe the supply closet would. No, that was a dead end. I looked at the floor. In the center of the rug, there was a hatch. I hadn't seen it before because the rug covered it, but the rug had pulled back, revealing a handle. It had a black keyhole. The shadows were closing in. The matron was looming over me, the darkness inside her reaching out like tendrils. I jammed the black key into the floor hatch. It turned with a fluid, organic click. I pulled the hatch open. I expected a ladder. I expected stairs. I saw a throat, a fleshy, red, pulsating tunnel going straight down into the dark. The walls of the tunnel were lined with teeth, rows and rows of molars the size of cinder blocks. "The basement," the matron whispered. "The stomach." I looked at the shadows. I looked at the teeth. "Jump," the shadows whispered. "Join the digestion. Become a coat." I didn't jump. I scrambled. I rolled to the side just as the matron lunged. She fell into the hole. She didn't scream. She laughed, a hollow, echoing laugh as she tumbled down into the gullet of the house. The house screamed. The walls shook. The floor buckled. The residents in the rooms began to wail, a high, piercing shriek that shattered the light bulbs. The shadows flickered and vanished. The illusion was breaking. I stood up on my numb leg. The stairwell door had swung open. The lock had shattered. I ran. I tumbled down the stairs, tripping, falling, breaking my nose on the banister. I didn't stop. I ran past the second floor, past the first floor. The foyer was changing. The wallpaper was peeling back to reveal raw muscle. The front door was teeth. I grabbed a heavy iron coat rack from the corner and smashed it into the front window. This glass was real. It shattered. I dove through the jagged hole, cutting my arms and face, and landed in the gravel driveway. I scrambled to my car. It started on the first try. I drove. I didn't look back. I drove down the mountain at 80 miles an hour, risking death on every curve. I didn't stop until I reached the next state. That was a week ago. I'm in a motel now. I keep the lights on. I keep the TV on. But I can't escape it. I looked in the mirror this morning. There is a loose patch of skin on my cheek. Just a small spot. But when I touch it, I can't feel it, and underneath I can feel something moving. I think the matron was right. I think I let the heat out, and now I'm getting cold. I just heard a car pull up outside the motel room. It sounds like an old engine. And now there is a knock at the door. 3 slow, heavy knocks. Thump, 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 and a voice. "You forgot your paycheck, Mr. Evans." It's the matron's voice. And then the sound of a key sliding into the lock. A black key. I'm going to the window. I'm going to run. But the window, the glass looks soft. It looks like it's breathing.